Ladies and gentlemen, buenos dias, damas y caballeros. Thank you for joining us today. My name is Ana Lucia Escudero, and I will be your MC for the event. It is a privilege to welcome you today to the America's Partnership-IDB Responsible Investment Forum. This forum has been organized by the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the U.S. government on the occasion of the inaugural America's Partnership Leaders Summit. Last year, President Biden announced the America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity at the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. Today's forum will focus on building a more competitive and inclusive hemisphere by increasing trade and investment, fostering innovation in both the public and private sectors, and increasing climate action. Now, a couple housekeeping items before we begin. Today, we will be speaking in both English and Spanish, so if you need interpretation, we have headsets here on the left. We also appreciate you silencing your phones. And for those following us online, thank you for tuning in, and drop a line in the chat to tell us where you're calling from. Now, for our opening session, joining us today for opening remarks, it is an honor to have with us Yellen Goldfein, President of the Inter-American Development Bank, who will be followed by the Honorable Janet Yellen, Secretary of the U.S. Treasury. Join me in welcoming on stage President Yellen Goldfein.
Hello, good morning. Excellencies, President Lacalle, Pope, President Abinader, President Lasso, President Boric, President Chavez, Her Excellency President Boluarte, the Honorable Janet Yellen, U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Senator Dodd, welcome all to the Inter-American Development Bank, the IDB, or BID for us, the insiders. We are thrilled to host this Responsible Investment Forum on the occasion of the first Leaders Summit of the America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity. As leaders gather for the summit, we are encouraged by the efforts to rebuild the region's economies. As Secretary Yellen says, from the bottom up and from the middle out. Dear Excellencies, Madam Secretary, your presence here is a testament to your commitment to regional integration and your tireless work to improve the lives of people in the Americas. Latin America and the Caribbean continue to face challenges. A triple challenge of rising social demand, fiscal constraints, and sluggish economic growth. If you add climate change, you can see why some regard these mounting challenges as overwhelming. And yet, our vision at IDB is that Latin America and the Caribbean have a unique opportunity to be part of the solution to our shared global challenges. So the region is at a crossroads, a potential inflection point at which its future could change if it seizes this unprecedented opportunity. I can give you 3 examples. Clean energy. The region can be a source of clean energy for the world. Indeed, already today, Lux energy is double the world average, renewable sources. And in parts of Latin America, this renewable sources is much higher as a percentage. Latin America is also home of 2/3 of the world's lithium and 38% of its copper. As you know, it's crucial to the transition. Nature and biodiversity. The region is an important player in preserving biodiversity and nature, especially in the Amazon, where we launched our Amazon Forever umbrella program based on a holistic framework. The region absorbs 1/4 of all the CO2 absorbed by the planet, and that helps mitigate climate change for the whole world. Food security. The region produces enough food to feed 1.3 billion people today, which is double its population. It can feed much more. It can alleviate food security in the region and globally. So Latin America is part of the solution to climate change, food insecurity, but also biodiversity and nature. The opportunity is there, but it must be seized. The IDB is well positioned to help, to take advantage and focus on a few important priorities that we are now discussing in the bank's new institutional strategy. 3 priorities: social issues, including poverty and inequality, food security, education, health. Number 2, climate mitigation and adaptation, including work on biodiversity like the Amazon. And number 3, thinking about recovering growth, sustainable growth based on regional integration. And last but not least, we have to do it strengthening institutional capacity and the rule of law. This is important, not because we already believe by itself that democratic institution stability are good for its own sake, but that's the way we're going to have and build a robust private sector investment in the region. We are excited about the synergies with the Americas Partnership and this responsible investment forum today. The APEP, the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity, is an important initiative because it promotes shared goals through regional integration. And regional integration is in IDB's DNA. We are the leading development bank. We have a competitive edge in integration. Integration expands markets, creates jobs, generates revenues, reduces poverty. It's also helped better address shocks like climate, pandemic. Let me give you one statistic of the benefit of trade integration. In the years between 1990 and 2010, 20 years, the region boosted per capita GDP by 40% due to the trade. Virtually no other public policy can spark growth so effectively. But as you know, integration goes beyond trade in goods and services. Has hard and soft dimensions. We need to address both. We need to promote physical integration to reduce transport costs. We need to invest in digital and telecommunication infrastructure to build the digital economy. But we also need to improve regulation and policies that enable and incentivize integration. We need to take a holistic approach to integration by assuring worker protections with safety nets, pensions, healthcare. We need to promote the shared use and management of scarce resources, like water and energy. Integrating the Americas is key to building a prosperous hemisphere. We welcome U.S. leadership in establishing the Americas Partnership, because trade and investment between the U.S. and the region do create opportunities for companies, like some of you here today, but consumers and workers. Last year, the trade between the U.S. and the region was $1.5 trillion. And each year, the U.S. exports over $720 billion in goods and services to the region. That supports 2 million jobs. That number is 20% more than the U.S. exports to the European Union, for example. And this is felt across the United States. Latin America and the Caribbean is either the first or the second largest customer of goods from 40 U.S. states. And exports from the U.S. are projected to grow to $1.2 trillion by 2030. And that's trade, but there's also investment. And I'm talking about the responsible investment that creates high-quality jobs and generates the environmental, social, and governance outcomes. During the last 3 years, the U.S. was the largest source of investment flows, 40%. That was the average, up from 26% in the 5 years before. There were over 3,000 American multinational companies that have a presence in the region. They have 20,000 affiliates in the IDB's 26 borrowing members. So we hope this forum and the leaders' efforts at the APEP will drive additional trade and responsible investment. At the IDB, we're walking the talk on integration. We recently launched our program, Bid for the Americas. Through Bid for the Americas, we promote business opportunities and closer economic ties with the US and the region. We're going to give US investors a unique platform for expanding the Americas through 3 pillars. First, procurement, to raise awareness. Number 2, trade and investment, where we're going to have efforts to expand opportunities for US firms. Number 3, financing. We'll organize investment forums and roadshows across the US. We believe that through the IDB and IDB Invest, we can have bond issuance, innovative opportunities. We have been doing that for nature swaps. We have been doing blue bonds, social bonds. IDB Invest have, through our private sector arm, IDB Invest, we have financing over $10 billion in private sector programs. And IDB Lab, our innovation laboratory and venture capital, will also make special efforts to reach companies in the US. So I'm inviting you to let's bid for the Americas. Con el bid para las Américas. Next year, the IDB assumes the presidency of the heads of the Multilateral Development Banks Group. As a group, we can promote reform to build not just bigger banks that we need, but also better banks to achieve greater impact, to mobilize more capital, and to promote regional integration. We should deploy innovative financial instruments. We should redistribute risk. We should incentivize private sector investment. And we should be giving incentives to countries to achieve their goals. The IDB Invest will play a key role to unlock regions' private sector potentials. In addition to mobilizing private capital, which is very important, we are also committed to increase our own lending capacity. The IDB Invest has a pathway to capitalization towards an impact-driven, original-to-share business model. IDB Invest capitalization plans represents a new contribution from shareholders that could significantly scale up regional investment. Let me give you a number. If we include the IDB Invest capital increase plans, the IDB group could generate a potentially an additional $112 billion in financing. So let me close by reiterating how committed we are to working with you to build a better integrated, more prosperous hemisphere. A hemisphere that can turn this inflection point into an opportunity. We are convinced that the US needs more of the region, and the region needs more of the US. So please join us. I look forward to hearing your ideas about how we can do this together. Thank you very much, and I would like to welcome Secretary Yellen to the honor of joining us on stage. Secretary Yellen, please join us.
Shake hands.
Thank you to the IDB Group for hosting this forum. And President Goldfein, thank you for your remarks and for your leadership. I'm very pleased to open this event with you, and welcome to our distinguished guests. The 12 countries in the Americas Partnership for Economic Prosperity, or APEP, are bound not just by our geography, but also by our commitments to democracy, our shared values, and our aspirations of inclusive and resilient growth and regional security. APEP offers our countries a key vehicle through which to deepen economic integration, increase the competitiveness of our region, drive private sector investment, and foster inclusive and sustainable development. For the United States, APEP and this forum in particular allow us to further deepen our partnerships with the IDB group and with other APEP members and make concrete progress on our shared goals. Let me touch on one area where we have a unique opportunity to work much more closely together: efforts to diversify supply chains. The United States is working with partners on what I've called friendshoring, which means diversifying our supply chains with a range of trusted partners and allies. This has tremendous potential benefits for fueling growth in Latin America and the Caribbean. And diversification provides not just the opportunity for a significant increase in trade, but also for innovation in sectors from renewables to medical supplies to semiconductors. Businesses from Latin America and the Caribbean, already important partners to the United States in the manufacturing of solar and wind technologies, will increasingly have the chance to lead in new areas of clean energy. For example, helping to create vertical supply chains by using locally extracted lithium in local battery production. In the health sector, medical equipment and pharmaceutical companies can grow and innovate to meet increased demand. And in the semiconductor sector, the region's skilled workers can scale up production of advanced materials, including the automotive chips necessary for the current and next generations of electric vehicles. As a result of APEP, the United States and the IDB have committed to work together to support the region's supply chain integration through comprehensive efforts. We will help provide low-cost financing, support knowledge sharing and worker upskilling, and engage with stakeholders from across the public and private sectors, academia, and civil society to identify and tackle bottlenecks, thereby bolstering the region's competitiveness in priority sectors. We're confident this work will help to further the outcomes of the forum and the conversations you will be having here today. For this supply chain integration work and across many other priorities, APEP countries are fortunate to have a vital partner dedicated to serving our region, the IDB Group. As the largest source of development finance for the Latin America and Caribbean region, the IDB Group provides critical support to countries to create the conditions necessary for private sector-led growth to take off in the region. This leads to increased opportunity, more jobs, and greater economic well-being. And I'm proud to reaffirm the Biden-Harris administration's firm commitment to working with the IDB Group under Yellen Goldfein's excellent leadership to support strong, sustainable, and inclusive economic growth undergirded by commitments to democracy, equality, transparency, anti-corruption, and the rule of law. As the IDB's largest shareholder, the United States has also led the call for ambitious, systemic, and structural reforms that will position the IDB Group to evolve to better take on pressing regional and global challenges. We know the IDB Group can deliver better and deliver more through investments that are high quality, competitive, and demonstrate results. The United States is also strongly committed to an IDB Invest capital increase. We're working closely with our fellow shareholders and with our Congress to support IDB Invest. We believe the additional capital would help increase IDB Invest's impact and ability to better mobilize capital to the region, including to APEP members. An IDB Invest armed with more risk capital, a refreshed business model, new incentives, and new financial products will be even more effective at promoting private sector-led, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth and development. IDB Invest CEO James Scriven's Originate to Share approach, as one example, is pioneering a new way for MDBs to leverage private sector capital. Other MDBs are closely watching. Again, thank you to the IDB Group and to President Goldfein for hosting this forum. The United States supports your vision of an institution that will continue to be an engine for growth, change, and progress across Latin America and the Caribbean, and a key partner for achieving APEP's goals. I'm confident the forum today will enable productive dialogue and lead to constructive next steps to drive the integration and cooperation that will fuel the region's inclusive growth. Thank you and have a great day. Thank you.
Take your time.
Really tight on. That's why I did. And then we leave it.
Thank you, Secretary Yellen and President Goldfein, for your remarks. We will now continue with this morning's program with our first Heads of State panel to discuss the opportunities afforded by the Americas Partnership and how to increase trade and investment in our region. This segment will be in Spanish, so this is a good time to take an interpretation device if you need it. Le damos la bienvenida nuevamente al...
Welcome once again, the President of the IDB, Yellen Goldfein. He will be moderating our conversation with His Excellency Luis Lacayo from Uruguay, His Excellency Luis Abinader, President of the Dominican Republic, His Excellency Rodrigo Chavez Robles, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, President Goldfein. Presidents, thank you very much. It's an honor to have with us three presidents on this panel. In addition to that, we have other presidents here at headquarters, and it's an honor for us. We work together quite a bit. And we have come together here to celebrate something that makes us very happy. It's very good to have you in our home. It's also an opportunity to talk about important issues such as the region, regional integration, the APEP, this forum on responsible investment. President de la Calle, President Chavez, President Abinader, thank you so much. We'll begin with a conversation on your views of this America's Partnership for Economic Prosperity. There are a lot of issues to be discussed in the region. What are the priorities? How do we delve into these issues? What you feel is most important? I'll begin on this side, working my way over to that side. So, President Lacalle, please tell me your views. First of all, good day to all. Thank you, President, for this opportunity. It's a pleasure to be with my esteemed colleagues, Guillermo Lasso, Ecuador, and the rest. I think just being here is noteworthy. The fact that that President Goldfein has brought together several presidents of Latin America to meet here at the World Bank, and now with you, with this lovely audience, that is significant action in and of itself. It shows interest. Our countries are trying to be open to the world, to visit other countries. Sometimes we get good results. Sometimes it's baby steps that are barely noticeable. Now, when the President of the United States at a summit sets an agenda that inspires the rest, it inspires the private sector and the public sector. Sometimes it's very hard for us to get investments in certain things. It's hard for us, even when we have the right conditions as we do in our country. And I'll pause here to talk about something we discussed last night, and that's the idea of Latin America. When we talk about that land between the Mexican border and Chile and Argentina, sometimes it's easy to think it's all the same. But the needs of my colleagues and ours are different. The idea, however, that Latin America is present here in D.C., that's very important. I'll speak about Uruguay because that's why I'm here. At the United Nations, a few days ago when I spoke, I said that the Uruguay is paying a price for doing things well. What do I mean by that? Is that Uruguay historically has had sound institutions, one of the strongest democracies in the world. We have good data. I want to bore you with that, but we've have good employment numbers, and we've recovered. FDI grew by 150% last year, and the good thing is that profits and revenues were reinvested at a rate of 41% in the country, which shows a lot of faith in our country. Now, when things are going well for you, what happens? Well, you're removed from the general agreement on tariffs. You've removed from other cooperation mechanisms, and you wonder, well, should we do things well? Well, of course, the answer is yes. For your people, for your country, you're achieving your objectives. You should do things well. But discussing this with President Biden and other colleagues, we said that you have to look after yourself while you're in good health. If your arm is fine, that's when you look after it. Well, once you break it, you can heal, but it's not the same. Uruguay is at the doorway to Southern Cone. Between Brazil and Argentina, we know that it's a place where institutions are respected. It's a country that you can believe in, where people that go there, they stay there. In this very volatile, very globalized world where everything is touch and go, when you go to Uruguay, you stay. In a globalized world that's ever smaller, where you live in one place, you work at somewhere else, you have investments all over the world, Uruguay offers a lot of good things. In fact, when you look at Uruguay, not only do we produce commodities or organic products, excellent things, it's also a place where innovation, where technology, where that has come to stay. And it's no coincidence. It's because people are educated. There's connectivity, certainly, but also in an industry where there's so much volatility, where you need to be disruptive, where you need to take on risks, you also need a solid base. You need an anchor, which is why Uruguay has countless investment from all over the world in audiovisual, in science, and it's becoming a very important hub for well-known brands and companies. That's where they go to set up shop. So I don't want to exceed my time, President, but I am once again feeling optimistic about our relationship with the United States. Perhaps we complain too much, certainly, but we felt a little bit marginalized, and now with President Biden, with our colleagues here, this is an interesting opportunity. We're not here to beg for things. Uruguay has a lot to offer to the rest of the world, and to the United States in this case.
Muchas gracias, y de verdad la simbología.
The symbology of this is very significant, as you mentioned. The fact that the United States, the President of the United States has invited you here. That certainly has impact. There certainly are good things to offer. One thing that you've mentioned is investment has increased so much because you're doing things well, and because Uruguay is such a leader in so many fields. Something that I've heard throughout the continent, and we'll work together so that there is an incentive to do things well, so that it leads to more capital and more companies in the countries. President Abinader, thank you very much. Same question. We have APEP, we have the summit. What should our priorities be? What are your views? Thank you, President Yellen, and my colleague and namesake, Luis Lacalle, my colleague Rodrigo Chavez, President Lasso, who's also with us. I would like to describe the Dominican Republic just like my namesake here, Lacalle, said. The difference is that we do not have commodities, but we do have better beaches. His same description of Uruguay applies to the Dominican Republic and Caribbean. And APEP is a great opportunity that President Biden is offering to all members of this institution. We are living through an historic moment, a moment of great changes in areas, as my colleague was mentioning, what we're experiencing in our countries where we have, for example, the free trade zone in Dominican Republic. It's all manufacturing, textiles, moving toward technology, devices, medical devices. And the big opportunity at APEP is to go from this very correct diagnostic of what Latin America needs from the United States to move from an historic moment to historic action. And what President Lacalle was saying is quite correct. Our countries sometimes wonder whether these partnerships can actually work. Can they turn out into real concrete action in our countries? We're not talking about grants or donations. We are middle-income countries, and what we need is to work together toward prosperity, toward development, toward new technologies, semiconductors. We have a certain level of technology, but we need to aim for more, and that's our challenge with APEP in our work with President Biden. We need to go from this diagnosis, these ideas, they're all the right ones, but how do we make all that, turn all that into action? We need specific projects in each one of these areas. And I'd like to underscore the environment, especially in our countries in the Caribbean, for Rodrigo as well, and Costa Rica. We are some of the countries that are most affected by global warming. I know it's cliche, but I'll say it. We are those that contribute the least to global warming, but we are the ones that are most affected by it. In our country, every single year, we need to allocate a large part of our budget, money that could go toward hospitals or toward technology and education. We have to invest on rebuilding infrastructure because of climate-related disasters. We need to think about more innovative finance. We need to look at a practical approach for things like debt for nature swaps, to look at preventive actions to protect our natural areas and the areas that are affected by these events. We had Hurricane Fiona last year. We have a growing list of atmospheric events that we did not expect, that are impossible to predict. We've seen that here in the United States too. There's 3 months you have no rain, and all of a sudden you have enough rain for the year. And so we need to be ready for addressing the environment. So we definitely need to go from this very correct diagnostic that was presented by President Biden, and we need to take that and turn it into action. It's an historic moment. It's what our people expect, and it's really the way forward. I believe that both Uruguay and all of us here, we've made progress. We're doing things well. It does not mean that we don't have challenges. We have challenges, but we need to continue on this path. We will now work to consolidate what we've done well and to confront our challenges and move toward real action.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President. I think the end point is very important. Sure, we need to take the moment, take what we have now and implement, move toward action. Here at the IDB, we are ready to help implement. You, the presidents, will determine the script to follow. We will help you implement it, obviously, in the areas that are a priority for our institution. You mentioned climate in the Caribbean, working on adaptation and resilience. That has to be a priority. In other countries, mitigation is needed, but in the Caribbean, I think that there needs to be a lot of emphasis on that because climate change is here. And last thing I want to say is that we will be in the Dominican Republic with our annual meeting, and I want to see the beaches in Punta Cana. That's right. El Encuentro is what I really like. That's in the north. We have a colleague who likes surfing. That's why. We have everything in the Dominican Republic. I say that with great modesty. But the annual meeting, we all have to be together. So excellent. President Chavez, how can we make the most of this opportunity, this incentive that we have here? We're all together under APEP. What are your views from Costa Rica? First of all, good day to everyone. A very warm welcome to our colleague, Rodrigo Lasso, and President Lasso's, and the presidents here. Let's not speak of beaches, Rodolfo, because if you like to surf, and well, I'm not going to start a debate here because we are brothers. It's never too late. It's an old saying, but it is a little late. But I do welcome this initiative from the United States, where we're trying to have more development, more prosperity that can be shared in the region. The United States is extremely important in our part of the world. There's been a distraction there because there's been some unexpected events, some very important events. The war in Europe is regrettable, and it's taken up a lot of attention, and very, very rightly so. The efforts of this country are deployed there. Now we have problems in the Middle East, in Israel, that will also require quite a bit of policy focus from U.S.'s foreign policy, which is only natural, obviously. What I think we are starting to realize is that no country, not literally like the Dominican Republic, but no country is an island. Economists talk about positive or negative externalities, and you have those in your own neighborhood. You can have a beautiful house, but if you are in a bad neighborhood, that will affect your quality of life. As we've seen in the United States, where there's a challenge with Venezuelan migrants and the rest, and that affects the quality of life of this country. There are negative externalities. So the big question is, how can this powerful nation help countries that want to help themselves? Because you can't do the work for others that they should do themselves. How do we get that work done to generate more prosperity, to have more inclusive societies that are more sustainable? In Costa Rica, we've done the work. I don't know if you follow this closely. There's been incredible economic progress over the last 2 decades. Per capita income from 2022 to 2023 will increase by 24%. A lot of it has to do with dollar appreciation. We've dropped unemployment by half. Inflation is negative. We have two-notch upgrade in our credit rating, which is very unusual. We went from junk status to now speculation grade. We're doing our homework, but as I was saying, the diversity of economies in the region, the ideological diversity, I'm struck by the fact that all of these presidents here, we're all doing the work that we have to do. We are carrying out reforms, we're growing, and the big question is if we, as my friend Guillermo Lasso was saying, if we are bringing the world to our countries and taking our countries out to the world, why is the U.S. not differentiating its actions at the different countries? We've asked access to the ESMCA since the summit in Los Angeles. We have no action taken that we've seen. Costa Rica has taken very strong action in the cybersecurity. We have adopted very significant foreign policy positions at the war in Ukraine, the situation in Israel. We're doing our part, and frankly, we don't see reciprocity, because if you treat your equals differently, it's not fair. And the United States is not differentiating among the different countries of the region when it comes to economies, where every one of the countries that is here today, we're doing our work. But it would be a lot better for all, including the United States, if we had more reciprocity, more collaboration. Once again, we welcome APEP in that sense, but I think, as Luis Rodolfo was saying, I think it's the time has come to walk the walk and not just talk the talk. That's what we want to see. Action from all the parties, from all who want societies that are more prosperous, where wealth is shared, where the societies that are sustainable, with rights as we have with these four democracies, rights for all minorities. So,
Latin America. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
De verdad que los países están haciendo.
The countries are playing the role. We see how you are working, and that needs to be acknowledged. I agree that APEP is an opportunity where we can achieve this reciprocity, something that we very much welcome. Walk the walk, walk the talk. That's how I was taught in Ohio. It might be wrong, I don't know. We have an expert here.
Walk, I don't know.
We have to walk.
Have to work.
De alguna manera. Y el BID está para walk. Y walk.
The IDB is here to walk with you. We want to be together. We want to help you implement. We want to be the enablers. We spoke of the big shocks, the wars, that they are a distraction, but it also means that it provides much more value toward regional integration in a world that could be much more fragmented. If the Americas stand together, that is an added value. Since I arrived here, I've been saying that these challenges are also an opportunity for Latin America, for the Americas. What's happening shows that we have a critical role to play as a solution to global problems. Now I'd like to go to the second round here. the discussion. What are your views on what can be done specifically in your country? What's the IDB's role in terms of helping? I know that each country is different. So, President Lacalle, I know that you have a regional hub, that you add value. Well, we've discussed this even with Secretary Yellen, climate change, climate efforts, rather, the financial efforts. What are your views of those efforts internationally, and how can the IDB help to Uruguay walk the walk or walk the talk? Whatever it is, but where we're all walking. First of all, I'm going to become a tourist promoter for your countries. The best surfing is definitely that one in Costa Rica, and then Chico's Ranch and El Encuentro. But I'm worried though, because you don't know Uruguayan beaches. You wouldn't dare say those things. But now I have a reason to invite you over. We can do an APEP in the region, right? Punta del Este is not a bad spot for APEP, right? In March. So, President, you're asking, right? We have a basket full of goods and of issues, and it's hard to pick, right? Because all sectors in the country are important. But as I was just discussing with the president of the World Bank, the decision selecting, that's a government action. So I'll start with that, and maybe I could break this down into two different things. First, no minor thing, how you finance, access to finance, be that at the IDB, at the World Bank, at the CAF, or with private banks. The development banks are very important. However, because they set the bar. And then I'll go back. I'm sorry to be repetitive, but you have to do things well. Uruguay was an innovator with our bonds under the Paris Agreement. We have mechanisms for financing in Uruguay where you reward those that do things well. If the IDB supports, that creates opportunities for more finance. That also allows us to delve further into areas that we want to expand on. Uruguay had a significant water crisis. It continues to happen. It rains when it shouldn't, and it doesn't rain when it should. It doesn't rain where we need it to. So we're investing big on a new source of water that will guarantee sustainability no matter what happens, supposedly. And then we're also investing in sewage treatment for people outside of the capital that did not have that service. This is more than $500 million in investment. For our economy, that's a very big investment. And obviously, these are national needs, but at the same time, this is a consequence of what the entire world is trying to do, take action to mitigate or to resolve environmental issues. So once again, we tie financing into works related to mitigating climate change or addressing climate change. In Uruguay, we have an initiative called Uruguay Natural, which is very important as an innovation hub. There's already fertile ground there that's related to work that we've been doing for many years. But we took a great leap forward because of the pandemic. The pandemic really made our country stand out. First, we had no lockdown. We provided facilities for our economy, for resilience in our country. The government pushed these initiatives which led to innovation, IT activities, where you don't need to be close to where things are produced. And our initiative led to our country being selected as a hub for that. So financing based on our country's good actions, investment in infrastructure, perhaps more focused on water and sanitation. And third, the welcome, the incentivizing to have Uruguay continue to be a place where new technologies can take roots, where there's respect for the rule of law and where things work. I think all three of the issues you mentioned are very important. First, financing. The IDB is very proud of having worked with Uruguay on indicators, on work which led to innovation, these 12 indicators that led to the issuing of a bond, sustainability bond. And with those indicators, if you hit those targets, you get benefits, and that attracts investors because you have indicators, but everyone is there working toward the goals, and that's very important. So much so that this became a model for other countries. More so, it can be a model for public financing, not just markets. For example, we have a project right now, the climate project. It's a pilot project with 6-7 countries, where we will have indicators like the ones in Uruguay for issuances, for deforestation. But once you hit these indicators, these targets, the costs of our loans will drop. We will use concessional resources to lower the cost. That's the Klima project. It's a pilot. The World Bank is starting to do that already, and they're doing it with countries like Uruguay. So they're working with us. So financing is very important. Your second point on water, climate change is there. The drought, Chile, there were fires in Chile, hurricanes. It's continent-wide. And so some things that were asked for sometimes is a way to react jointly. There are several mechanisms that we need to look at, but this could help. And then the third point, bringing in investment, innovation. We have IDB Lab, which is our laboratory for ideas, but we have IDB Invest, where your countries play a very important role. And we are currently going from IDB Invest 1.0 to 2.0, which means growth and support for IDB Invest is very important for this type of initiative. President Luis Abinader, what are your views in your country? We talked a little bit about adaptation, but there are other issues, incentives for businesses, for infrastructure. Can you tell me how we can help? What are your views? What can we do?
I think that both the IDB and our government are focusing on the right areas. We're working in the right areas. Here's some more specific points. Our country is 75% of an island. We have 48.5 thousand square kilometers. It's a large country. It's densely populated. But we also have a diverse economy. Everybody would expect our GDP to rely solely on tourism. And tourism is obviously very important. But for our exports. Free trade areas are very important. These free trade areas are creating more than 200,000 jobs. And as I said before, these are not manufacturing jobs. These are specialized jobs that are higher quality. And the IDB is working with us in one of our strategic projects in the port of Manzanillo that will help us for the northern part of the country. Free trade areas in the province of Santiago and in the northwest sector with the Manzanillo port. We will save 1 day of travel and transportation to the United States. That will make us more competitive. We have alignment, good communication, and work with the Inter-American Development Bank there. That diverse economy, which I believe is the strength of our economy, and I think 3 countries sitting here have grown significantly over recent decades. We've also had significant per capita income growth for the same reasons that Rodrigo described, like appreciation of our currency, reduction of unemployment, increase in productivity. We have record numbers of FDI. Last year we had foreign investment for the tune of $4.1 billion. This is by far higher than the past. In free trade area exports, we are also growing this year. In tourism, we will reach the threshold of more than 10 million tourists. This has been an aspiration for many years, and we actually had a countdown towards the 10 million tourists. We will open 3 cruise ports, so we will double the amount of cruise ship ports that we have. So what do we need to do? I think we need to work with IDB Invest. We need to identify and target specific projects, and we need to work on nearshoring. We should have a specialized financing window for that type of project. That's how we should work. And if we look at successful projects from the past, and through that dedication with the execution and financing units that are specifically devoted to nearshoring. Also for public-private partnerships, working on ports, mass transportation, and other types of projects that have private sector involvement. This type of financing that has its own repayment capacity, this should not rely on public debt. Our credit rating has increased significantly in the past. We want to keep it that way. In August of 2020, we hit our pandemic peak, and that entailed significant public spending. But despite that, our debt has not grown. Our consolidated debt was at 62% when our administration began, and it's now at 60%. So we have enforced significant fiscal discipline. We also have projections to bring debt levels below 55% or even 50%. So for that, we need special financing windows, PPPs, to work on these special projects that have their own repayment components. So we need to work on that. Projects like Manzanillo, which I mentioned, another project in Pedernales. We have other projects in the pipeline, but it's important for us to work on this. We have estimated that over the last 10 years that atmospheric climate-related events have PA impact for us of 0.3% of GDP. So every 3 years, years, it's almost 1% of our GDP. And just imagine what that means in terms of budgetary effort. So this is an issue that we need to discuss in greater detail, and we need to determine what solutions we can provide together to the problems that affect all of our countries in the region. We need to think about this together. Climate change is not going away. Costs related thereto are increasing, and we need to think about how to react together. I like the idea of working with IDB Invest to establish a sector, priority, what you called specialized financing. That is something that we can do, I'm sure. James is working on this already. I'm sure that they will continue to work on this type of effort, but it's very relevant. Port is a regional integration project. That's exactly what we want. We want to cut transportation costs. I'm delighted to hear that you're cutting travel times by an entire day. So that's the type of project we can get involved with here at the bank and help your countries. President Chavez, we've discussed a relationship with the IDB. We're providing support to your country. What are your priorities in the future? How can we help? How can APAP help you with Costa Rica's priorities? Let's see, to put it all into perspective, Costa Rica is a country that has an economy that orbits around $62 billion a year. It's an OECD country, and according to recent data, the average company, the average citizen produces, competes, lives in context, an environment with $5,200 of infrastructure per capita. Average citizens in the OECD have per capita infrastructure around them of $25,000. This is a significant amount of infrastructure. So just in general terms, we have an infrastructure deficit of $100 billion in an economy that has about $50 billion in it. So the challenge is enormous. By definition, we have to import capital. You will remember from your work at MIT on macroeconomics, you'll see that the difference between labor and investment is the external balance. So we need to draw in capital. So we are importing capital in significant amounts. Fortunately, we are financing work with FDI. We're global champions in FDI, 12% of GDP, more than any other country in the world. And this year, we will grow from 12 to 14% from that point. So we're doing our job. The IDB is a way to draw in capital, but they're marginally small. You're the cheapest source of financing, but when we get the weighted average cost of a debt that we get at 68% of GDP, and a year and 7 months later we have already 61% of GDP, the difference that the IDB provides in its loan charges is negligible. So what could the IDB contribute to us? Say it in the form of a joke. I had a friend that worked in an investment bank, and he would say, look at this, when a CEO or the president of a country understands the problem and how to solve it, that's not a moneymaker. I'll just let other banks get involved. When the CEO or the president knows that they have a problem and they don't know how to solve it, that's when investment banks start to consider involvement, because that's where the money is. And if they don't know what the problem is, and I will tell them what the problem is, and then I will offer the solution, that is where the big bonuses are. And that's what I would like to see at the IDB. A bank, I would like the IDB to be Goldman Sachs, works, gets ahead of the situation, identifies and understands the problems, or uses the money as a catalyst, not as a source of financing. Countries like the DR, Uruguay, and Costa Rica don't really need the financing in itself. And this is something that I've discussed with you very candidly. I know that the IDB's reputation is invaluable. It's priceless. But to face project delays simply because an officer says that the compliance guarantee or the enforcement guarantee needs to be issued by a bank as a legal entity in a tender and cannot be issued by an insurance company, which is one of the largest in our country, well, that simply makes us waste time, money, etc. We had a negotiation recently that was not easy. We have internal rules for public project financing, and we needed to classify roadway project, and we need to separate that from an investment to a North Fairing Road, just to have the checks of the Ministry of Planning and Public Works. IDB officials did not want to move that line of credit to a different component. They could not compute that shift. We almost lost the opportunity because they told us that the committee had already met, that the meeting had ended, etc. We don't need a bank in Costa Rica that provides financing that gives us an interest rate. We want a bank to support us, to provide solutions, that the bank be a part of the solution, and that we don't need the country's president to call somebody and explain that this is only an issue it's a formality and we just need to change or reclassify the category or change the annex or amend it. At the end of the day, it was done, but it entailed significant transaction costs. I think that the IDB is an important instrument, but for our economies is not, it doesn't work if it's bureaucratic, where you have to change the legal entity in the contract to use the funds more appropriately. And I've said that to you, eye to eye, with trust, and I've said that we expect the IDB to be a true problem solver and not simply an entity that checks all the boxes and works that way. So since we're doing our job, we ask you to support us on that path. And I think that is precisely what the IDB's role is. It has the capacity to anchor and to bring people together, to bring or create financing packages. We know that investments require involvement. So our participation beyond the interest rate, we have the convening power and the ability to anchor other investments. For that, reputation is important, but the agility with which we work is also important. We need to balance reputation with agility. And we see this bank as a knowledge bank, a cutting-edge bank, bank that gets ahead of the problems, comparative advantage. Sometimes knowledge is here because we see something happening in some country or around the world, and on the other side of the world, and you can harness those experiences and apply them to problems that we face here. So I believe that one of the important roles that we can play is to draw in capital, private capital, and that's what we're doing here with this forum, and that's what we will do in the IDB Americas forum. around the United States. So we're looking at this together. We're working on this together. I wanted to thank you. We're reaching the end of this panel. You are countries that are playing a role and that are working with the IDB, with the rest of Latin America, with the United States, and we're all shoulder to shoulder. And once again, we are at your disposal to be enablers, to implement, to help you bring your priorities to fruition, those priorities that we share here. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you very much for giving us this incentive for regional integration.
Gracias, Tocayo.
Vamos.
Playa Dominicana tienen que hacer porque son las mejores.
O sea, así que tengo que encontrar playas para surfar.
Sí, yo ando por cuando era libre y feliz andaba por el mundo surfeando.
¿Una mano? ¿Sí?
¿Cómo hacemos?
Juntas,
Somos
todos juntos con una mano así. Sí.
tipo
Como un grupo, ¿no?
Sí. Esta es bien rara, ¿eh?
Eso de soccer, no de béisbol, no.
Gracias a usted.
Thank you to our distinguished guests for this dynamic conversation. The IDB is honored to welcome our member countries. Esta es su casa. Next, I know everybody wants to get up and move around, but we still have an amazing panel. They're right here waiting, so if you could take your seats again, that would be wonderful. We have a panel discussion on economic integration as an engine for inclusive growth. This panel will bring together experts, policymakers, and private sector leaders to delve into the multifaceted importance of regional integration. To moderate this panel, please join me in welcoming Mike Pyle, the United States Deputy National Security Advisor for International Economics. He is joined on stage by the Honorable Michael Bennet, United States Senator for Colorado, the Honorable Bill Cassidy, United States Senator for Louisiana, Ms. Alicia Barcena, Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, Ms. Aro Ajero, Director of America's Public Policy at Amazon, Ms. Christopher Padilla, Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs at IBM, and Ms. Anabel Gonzalez, IDB's Vice President for Countries. Please join me in welcoming them onto the stage. Well, they might take a little bit. How's everybody doing? I hope that you're enjoying the program. Yes? Does the interpretation work? Yes? No? Okay, good. We are very multilingual here. We very much appreciate you all being here. Let's give them a warm welcome onto the stage.
Qué gusto, y aquí a continuar trabajando. Hola, hola.
And Mr.
Ya
Pyle,
nos
the
saludamos
mic
ahora.
is yours.
Bueno, usted ya... ¿Yo ya subo? Ay, Dios.
I think we're going to be joined by a couple of others momentarily, so I may give it another 60 seconds or so to be joined by a couple of our other distinguished guests, like the Foreign Secretary. Yes, please.
¿Qué tal? Bien, ¿vos qué tal?
Senator Bennett.
Senator. How are you, my dear?
So my understanding is that Senator Cassidy will be joining us momentarily and ask that we go ahead and kick off. So just thrilled here to be moderating this panel on economic integration as an engine for inclusive growth. Obviously, a couple of important words in that title, but integration and inclusive to me are the two that really jump out, and I'm very keen to explore that with each of our speakers. I'm Mike Pyle. I'm the Deputy National Security Advisor for International Economics at the White House, and feel incredibly honored to be here with this group today of very distinguished speakers and guests, representing a broad range of backgrounds, of expertise, but each have in common that they're champions of the Western Hemisphere, its strategic and economic importance. Before I get into the presentation in the main or the discussion in the main, I wanted to thank the IDB for putting on this forum and for working so closely with the United States and all of the Americas partnership countries. You know, what makes today's gathering so distinctive is that we aren't just advancing the critical goal of driving investment at a broad level, but this discussion is going to be across the course of the day, very concrete, very tangible, and talking about the very specific ways that we can advance investment throughout the region and the way that policy connects to achieving those ends. Of course, those are exactly the discussions we need to have to inform and shape the work of the Americas Partnership over the next couple of days. But as we roll the clock forward from here and work to accumulate tangible results. So a thank you and a big thank you to the IDB leadership and staff. Okay, to the panel itself, like I said, we're extremely fortunate to be joined today by an extraordinary set of speakers. Incredibly grateful to be joined by Senator Michael Bennet and shortly by his colleague, U.S. Senator Bill Cassidy, representing the states of Colorado and Louisiana, respectively. Senators Bennet and Cassidy share a deep commitment to the region and are vital voices up on Capitol Hill for renewed U.S. leadership across the Western Hemisphere, including, importantly, as co-sponsors of the Americas Act, innovative legislation that would help achieve just that end. In addition, we're thrilled to be joined by Foreign Secretary Alicia Barcena of Mexico, by Anabel Gonzalez, the Vice President of Countries for the Inter-American Development Bank, and by representatives of the private sector, of course, how we advance these goals of Senator.
Excuse me.
No,
Sorry.
Thanks for joining.
Sorry to be late.
No, not a worry. Thanks for letting us.
The one time a conference is on time, I'm late.
And as we talked about, advancing investment is core to what we hope to achieve. And so having a private sector voice alongside such distinguished public sector voices is vital. So thrilled to have Aero Aguero, the Director of America's Public Policy for Amazon, and Christopher Padilla, the Vice President for Government and Regulatory Affairs at IBM. They, of course, themselves bring not just significant private sector experience, but have themselves distinguished public sector backgrounds and can talk, I think, very informed and impactfully about the connection between the public and private. If I could, just before diving into the conversation, I did want to say a few words from the White House and the Biden administration on the Americas Partnership and what the next couple of days are all about. I think we recognize fully that our economic prosperity here in the United States is inextricably linked to that of the Americas. The U.S. has comprehensive free trade agreements with 20 countries. The Americas is home to 12 of them, more than any other region, and obviously more than half of the total in absolute terms. We also have a range of trade arrangements and economic engagement mechanisms through the region. And at the level of families, of businesses, so many personal ties, so many economic connections to the region. This is something that is felt very tangibly in a very real way in the daily lives of, like I said, families, workers, businesses, farms across the United States. And we feel as a result from the Biden administration a profound imperative to deepen our integration, to continue to innovate and build on the strong foundation that already exists. The president's been emphatic on this point, has committed the United States to maximizing its toolkit, including, I would note, by supporting the recapitalization of the IDB to anchor our efforts and provide critical financing to the region. We see vast opportunity before us to unlock the region's full potential. And that will be reflected when the president tomorrow convenes leaders from across the Americas to discuss exactly this. But today, again, thanks to the IDB, is about hearing from all of you, hearing from public sector leaders, private sector leaders, experts, stakeholders on how we can realize this vision of deeper integration, of greater inclusivity, to do so throughout the hemisphere and to use those efforts to build more broadly shared prosperity. So with all of that in mind, I might, if I could, turn directly to our two distinguished guests from the U.S. Senate and start with a joint question to Senators Cassidy and Bennett. Obviously, your track record of commitment to the region speaks for itself, and your commitment to an affirmative economic agenda for the region is reflected in championing and sponsoring the Americas Act as you've done. But what I wanted to do with my question to both of you is to drill a little deeper. And as you've thought about economic engagement in the spaces, you've thought about crafting your legislation, which tools in our toolkit do you see as potentially most impactful, most transformative in terms of really moving the needle for inclusive integration in the region? Senator Cassidy, perhaps I might start with you.
Well, I like the way you started, which is first the United States has to recognize the incredible potential for a partnership with nations within the Western Hemisphere, number one. Number two, how it is in the self-interest of the United States. Why do I say that? There's not been a comprehensive strategy for the Western Hemisphere from the United States since JFK. Now, if we understand that it is in our self-interest, it's more likely to give it the momentum to go forward. So the first tool is just the tool of understanding perception. Secondly, there is a real interest in nearshoring, friendshoring, reshoring industry from China back to the United States. It doesn't just happen. You've got to create the milieu, the environment by which it would occur. So we would use tax credits incentivizing businesses, private enterprise, to invest in Western Hemispheric countries, giving special trade preference by which they could otherwise benefit. Eventually establishing an e-governance system which would make it easier for them to comply with country laws and to make sure those whom they were subcontracting with were complying with country laws. We think that by doing that, and maybe even eventually given a pathway by which a country could join the USMCA, therefore not just having a hub and spoke type trade relationship with the United States, but a kind of spider web type relationship where they would be potentially trading with Mexico, Canada, the United States, and whomever else joined. That would just kind of ignite. Now, obviously, there's a process of development where people would come to, yes, we can do that, but think of Costa Rica right now, which would probably be a great candidate. And it's a small enough economy that it wouldn't threaten stakeholders within the 3 countries that are already there. But it would show that it could be done. So, so we think using both new authorities, existing authorities, as well as kind of, my gosh, wouldn't it be great ultimately if a country could join USMCA in a network of trading partners that would give the long-term prosperity that would be in the interest of these countries and the interest of the United States.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bennett?
Thank you. Well, thanks for having me today. I appreciate it. And it's wonderful to see all. Can you hear me?
Maybe move it up a little.
Well, Cassie's my audio-visual present. It's great to see all of you here, and it's wonderful to be here with Cassie. And the partnership that we have, I think, on the Americas Act is really important and reflects the changing politics in America. Bill's state is a southern state. Bill's state is a little bit of a redder state than my state. My state, Colorado, is still a purple state in the middle of the United States. And I think both of us have seen the realization among our constituencies.
Thanks. Thank you very much. The realization among our constituents that 4 decades of outsourcing to Southeast Asia and to China have not benefited the United States, and in particular workers in the United States. And people at home realize that we're only 330 million people in the United States of America, and the most obvious people for us to partner with is the rest of our hemisphere. Canada and Mexico are already our largest trading partners, and there's massive potential in the rest of Latin America. So one thing I would say is, I see Senator Dodd here in the crowd, and there are other folks that have worked on this for a lot longer than Bill and I have. But one of the things I've really come to believe is the conditions are riper today than they have ever been for this economic integration. We've already seen 80% of the investment that the largest companies in America have made in China last year. This year, they're making 80% less investment. Well, that has to go somewhere, and why wouldn't we want that to go into our hemisphere? So we are pushing, I think, on an open door with private capital in the region. And if we can incentivize that by passing the Americas Act, which I think is entirely consistent with what the President's trying to do with the partnership, we can create some incentives, like Bill talked about, around tax incentives, around trade, using the financing mechanisms that already exist of entities like the IDB, building on the trade relationships that we already have. Those 12 trade agreements that you mentioned, one of which is the USMCA, and Bill and I hope there might be an opportunity to give countries an expedited chance to do it. I was finished just by saying I had the chance yesterday to meet with Secretary Barsana and a bunch of U.S. senators. I mean, there were more than 10 people there, so you had, a huge number of Republicans and Democrats together. And one of the things we talked about was that the opportunities seem so enormous right now that it really will be a failure of our leadership, a failure of this generation's leadership, all of us, if we can't summon the will to be able to do this. So I just want to use my time. I'll finish by saying I believe there is a bipartisan consensus in the United States of America that has not existed in the way that it does today in my lifetime to create this sort of economic integration in our hemisphere. And that the issues that we have to confront that are pain points around things like migration and drug trafficking and human smuggling, we can decide that those are the issues that are going to define our hemisphere, or we're going to create an economic integration, and in the process of doing that, address the issues that are the pain points that we need to resolve for our constituents to feel good about the economic integration we're here to talk about today.
Thank you, Senator. Foreign Secretary Barsana, perhaps I could turn to you.
Thank you.
You're
I got one, I hope so.
See, they give the
Does it work? Yes. Okay. A priority.
working microphone.
And not to the senators, huh? Okay.
Your track record in sustainable development, in inclusivity and public participation is well known. What I was hoping to hear from you about is exactly that. How do we build those muscles around inclusivity? How do we build those muscles around hearing from and incorporating the views of communities across the region as we build towards a more prosperous future together? But also maybe to draw off some of the experiences you've seen in terms of integration in North America, in particular through USMCA across the US, Mexico, and Canada. But just wanted to draw off all of those experiences that you've had to get some perspective on how we achieve what we're setting out to achieve together now.
Well, thank you so much. First of all, thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm so very well accompanied. On the right side, I have the senators. On the left hand, I have the business sector, and I'm in the middle. So this is fine. So let me tell you what I think, because precisely I think this is the three things that we need to bring together. But we are coming out of the worst hurricane ever in Mexico, in Acapulco, as you know. Hurricane level 5, which has destroyed this fantastic touristic area. So that's already an alert call, I guess, of the challenges we are facing. First of all, climate change, no question. Hurricane that came to be a 5 category in a couple of hours can show you why the ocean is getting so hot and warm, and this is what is very intense. But anyway, it gives you a reflection that we need. For example, in this particular case, we definitely need to build a partnership between the public and the private sector. Particularly in a region, our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, is the most unequal region in the world. It's not the poorest region, but it's the most unequal. So we have to work on a model, a development model where we have 3 elements, I guess: economic prosperity, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. These are the 3 things that we need to move ahead on. Now let me give you a couple of things that I believe we in Mexico and the US, and this is what we were discussing yesterday, thanks to the invitation of these 2 wonderful senators, the opportunities we have ahead of us. Mexico is now the first trading partner of the US. We traded last year $855 billion. We trade $3 million per minute. This is the level of trade that we have between the US and Mexico. And secondly, we have already, I think, started the nearshoring and the reshoring. And why is that? Because, as Senator just mentioned, Senator Cassidy, we are working on a strategy, I guess, to make sure that North America can bring about, for example, the production of semiconductors and conductors, and bring the companies that are doing that in Asia to bring them to North America for 3 reasons. First of all, because proximity is number 1. Number 2 is that we need, to bring the semiconductors and conductors to this part of the world is going to reduce cost in many ways. Transportation, but also is going to help us in resilience, because what happened in the pandemics is that it was shown that it was a disruption of semiconductors, and the value chains were disrupted, so we cannot face that again. So I think there's a great opportunity for Mexico to become the reshoring, the nearshoring place that is the relocation of many companies that is already happening. And in fact, the IDB calculated that Mexico can be very well benefited by this relocation of companies. So we are working on that. But the other thing is that we don't want to do this alone. I think we have to bring the rest of the region into this strategy. And for that reason, I think one of the issues that Senator Bennett very well mentioned is, what do we need to do to get there? Because we have 2 narratives. either we fight because we have migration, because there's going to be, we're going to close the border, or we're going to go for violence or whatever, or we can have another rhetoric, or the one I believe on is that we have to push for an economic partnership that brings inclusion and sustainability. And that's what I think. And Mexico and the US have a tremendous opportunity. Just let me give you a figure. We have 53 points of entry, 60 actually, 53 points of entry. So what are we doing now? We have to modernize the border. We have to modernize it. If we really want to control drug trafficking, arms trafficking, smugglers, but at the same time we want to provide a better infrastructure for trade to happen, we have to modernize the border. We have to invest. So we need the IDB, for example, to help us on those investments. We have the NAT Bank, the North American Bank, but the IDB has around, $57 billion probably of capital. The NAT Bank has 11 billion. So we can come together and see some blended mechanisms to provide modernized infrastructure in the border. I believe so. Then Mexico has 3 very mega projects that I think we are promoting very hard. One is the Isthmus Corridor, which is going to connect the Atlantic, Coatzacoalcos, with Salina Cruz. The corridor, interoceanic corridor, is going to be fantastic. It has 11 industrial parks offering to the private sector, by the way. And Amazon is already investing in Mexico. And actually, Amazon, we just had a meeting with Amazon. We just signed an agreement with Amazon, Mexico and Amazon, because Amazon has a particularity which brings small and medium-sized companies, offers a platform of trade for small and medium-sized companies. So what I do think, my dear moderator, is that what we need is to have a pragmatic view, to take out ideology and to make sure that we can have integration with investment, because investment is going to be the name of the word. Why? Because Europe wants to come to invest to North America. They cannot trade anymore because the UNSMCA, the free trade agreement, is about, for example, if we want to go to electric mobility, they will have to invest in North America, in either of the 3 countries, Mexico, Canada, or the US. They cannot sell parts, and they cannot sell us any more goods. They have to come to invest here. And that's the beauty of nearshoring and reshoring, that we can get investment in this North American region. And we have to do it together with the rest of the Americas. And I would see 3 sectors where we have to move. Electromobility, of course, energy, renewables. Secondly, medical and pharmaceuticals. And third, semiconductors and conductors. I see these 3 areas in which we really need to invest profoundly. Let me stop here, and I hope we can get a second chance.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary.
Thank you.
Christopher, perhaps I might bring you in now with the private sector view. Like a consistent theme across the first 3 interventions is the sense in which supply chains globally are in tremendous flux. The Americas are in a position to benefit tremendously from the pace and scale of change in global supply chains. I wonder if you might maybe talk a little bit about some of the examples of that trend playing out that you've seen. And I'd also then be interested to know, how do you see the barriers to accelerating that more, and what tools do you think we have to overcome some of those barriers to really capitalize as a region on this moment?
Okay, well, thank you, Mike, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. I would strongly agree with the senators and the secretary. We're seeing a shift in global supply chains that I have not seen in 35 years of working in the private sector. It's driven mainly by de-risking from China, which is not just because of politics. It started because of the COVID pandemic and the shutdown of the economy. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has sort of brought political risk back as a phenomenon to be concerned about. And frankly, China's turning away from market-oriented reforms. And so you have tremendous amounts of supply chain movement. underway. And it's not just in widgets, and it's not all going to Southeast Asia. IBM is mostly a services and software company today. And we are very actively looking for places to grow services presence. For example, we're rapidly expanding a regional cybersecurity operations center that we've had in Costa Rica. The only limitation to that facility's growth is the number of skilled people that we could find in the country. I think the challenge that the region has, the opportunity for the region is clearly there. If you're looking for nearshoring and friendshoring, long history of U.S. investment. There are three things, though, that need to come together as a company where we're looking for investment opportunities. One is political stability. The second is economic, market-oriented economic stability. And the third is access to skills. You have to get all three of those right. And places like Costa Rica, to some extent Colombia, offer opportunities for that. Mexico, of course, where we have a long history and a major presence. There are countries that have great skill sets, Argentina, Brazil, for example, but costs are very high. There are other places where the politics is just not right in other parts of Central America. So what do we do to promote more opportunities for private sector investment? I think several members of the panel have discussed it. One great tool that we have had, and you referred to this, Mike, 12 of our FTAs are in this hemisphere. And the debate about FTAs is always about, tariffs and so forth. But what those agreements really do is create a basis for investment. They make investments safe. They provide, rule of law, predictability, dispute settlement procedures if you have a problem. And that's what draws investment. I remember when Anabel was the Minister of Foreign Trade and I was working at USTR, we talked about how the real benefit for both Costa Rica and the United States would be to promote investment. And I think that's proven true. So I thought the idea that Senator Cassidy mentioned of, how do we build on the success of USMCA? There are countries that would like to be part of it. That was a trade agreement that passed with overwhelming bipartisan support, something that, in the Bush administration, we passed trade agreements by one vote. Skin of our teeth, that vote was a great vote. How do we replicate that success and draw other countries into that framework that enjoyed the support of Republicans and Democrats? And if you can do that, I think you will see a lot more of this nearshoring, particularly in the services and software industry, which are usually higher end, higher paying jobs that the region wants to move to.
Thank you for that. Christopher, Errol, perhaps I could turn to you with, a similar question in the first instance. Would love to get your reflections on the same topic. But more broadly than that, I would also be interested to get your view on how you see the private sector's role and responsibility around inclusivity, around sustainability, around the dimensions of development that speak to things more than just growth.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Mike. Can you hear me? Thank you, Mike, for agreeing to moderate the panel and for all of my guests on the panel to be here and for the IDB. I'm really excited to be here to talk about regional economic integration in Latin America. It's something that we at Amazon are pretty passionate about. We think America's partnership is really coming at the right time. We definitely need a competitive and aligned set of open democracies in the region that are committed to each other's success. That is so important, and I, completely agree with the comments from the senators about how, the U.S. needs to have that plan for how we're going to integrate with them. For Amazon, a big focus for us in the region is on building the success of e-commerce and small sellers. Many of you may not know that about 60% of the units sold on Amazon come from small businesses. We have invested about $30 billion in supporting our sellers and making sure that they can be successful, including through exporting, through e-commerce. We really view these sellers as our customers and really work very hard to find ways to support them. We think that the use of e-commerce will help economic development across the region. We've not only invested our own amount of money, but we've also worked to partner with governments to find and educate sellers on how to be successful. Minister Barcena mentioned an MOU that we recently signed on how to support Mexican-American businesses here in the U.S. through consulates. We've also signed MOUs with Chile, Colombia, and other MOUs in Mexico. We've trained thousands of sellers throughout the pandemic. This is really important work for us. I can't emphasize enough how we see regional economic integration and the ability to sell across borders as so critical to the success of all these sellers, which is then in turn important for all of our success as investors in the region. One of the things that we benefit from in doing all this work, though, is we can hear directly from these companies about what are the challenges that they're facing, why can't they grow, or what are the blockers to their increased growth. And I think that America's partnership and discussions with the U.S. government, including, on trade, really provide an amazing opportunity to address those kinds of blockers. So I think maybe I'll just give a few examples of what we really see as some practical challenges that they face. First of all, it's still really hard to get your products into other countries in the region. And I'm not just saying from US to, say, Mexico, but from Colombia to Peru, Brazil to Argentina. It's still really expensive and takes a long time to get your products through because customs needs to be modernized. And there's a lot of different ways that customs, that changes need to be made. I'll give you like an example of, in one country in the region, they've adopted electronic manifest, but you still have to print out the paper copy in order to get your product across the border. That kind of duplication, simply because there's a comfort level with the paper copy, means sometimes hours or even days extra for products to get across. In an e-commerce environment, those extra days means you lose a sale, because if you can go to your local store and buy it, you may not order from someone across the border. The other thing we still have very high tariffs. De minimis levels are really low in the region in general. Those tariffs make it too expensive for businesses to compete. But just think if the U.S. and the rest of the region got together and really broke down those just very basic customs problems, the amount of e-commerce and sales that could go on would be amazing. It would be huge growth. Another issue is lack of access to reliable internet. In Latin America, there are more than 70 million people in rural areas without internet. We at Amazon are trying to help address this issue by launching Project Kuiper, which is an initiative to increase global broadband access through about 3,300 satellites in low Earth orbit. We think that will bring more reliable, cost-effective internet to those regions, but really to address this issue, it needs to be a partnership between government, the private sector, and development banks. We also need to see a lot of progress in spectrum policy in the region, and we think that the Americas Partnership would have that opportunity to talk about that critical issue. And finally, I'll just talk a little bit about payments. The lack of insufficient access to financial services and sort of the high cost of digital payments means that it's harder for companies to use e-commerce to trade. You have to have a credit card to make e-commerce work. You have to have a financial regulatory system that allows creative financial instruments in order for people to want to use credit cards and other other steps like that. There's still a lot of cash being used. We at Amazon have tried to come up with creative solutions to that. You can, for example, you can pay for your Amazon products at a local store using cash, but really the best thing for the region to do is to invest in competition and financial instruments. And so we, I think that's another great issue area for America's partnership to talk about regionally. I really appreciated your comment about how you all need to do this together. We want to be a partner to you. We're really appreciative of the U.S. government's interest in being a partner, and thank you.
Can I give two numbers? Just
Please.
two numbers on Amazon.
Please.
Amazon in Mexico was able to grow this year 18,000 customers from Europe. 40% of these customers are women, small business of women. So I just wanted to say that because I really believe Amazon is a fantastic platform for small and medium-sized and women.
Thank you.
Thank you, Foreign Secretary. Annabelle, perhaps I can turn to you now. First of all, with thanks. You're representing the host organization today, the partnership between the IDB and the U.S. government as we've been advancing the America's partnership has been tremendously beneficial. Really just wanted to give you an open-ended question to talk about how you see the work ahead from the IDB's perspective in terms of deepening the goals of the partnership around inclusive integration through the hemisphere, and in particular, what tools in the toolkit you see as most impactful for IDB to those ends.
So thank you very much, Mike, and good morning to everyone. I'm delighted to be here, and it's an honor to be with all of you. So I'd like to make 3 points today. The first is that economic integration offers a path to prosperity, and Latin America and the Caribbean unique strength can drive inclusive growth. And we've heard it today, and the evidence shows, of course, that trade is a powerful engine of growth. It creates jobs, it reduces poverty, it increases economic opportunity. Foreign direct investment fosters economic transformation, increased participation in global value chains, innovation spillovers, and again, good employment. And policymakers know it, which is, we heard it in the previous panel, we've heard it today as well. They all want to scale up trade and investment flows, diversify those flows, and make them more resilient. And business knows it as well, and we've heard a very clear case here today. In this rapidly evolving global context in which we are today, Latin America and the Caribbean is a land of opportunity. Again, we've heard it today. President Yellen made a very strong point, and investors are taking note. In 2022, FDI flows to the region soared 51% relative to the previous year, reaching its highest value on record. U.S. investors are bullish on Latin America. During the last 3 years, the U.S. was the largest source of FDI to the region, accounting for almost 40% of total investment flows. The second point that I want to make is that the IDB Group is a great partner to unleash these opportunities. At the IDB, we partner with countries, with governments, with people, with the private sector to unlock the opportunity of economic integration, to expand gains from trade and investment, and to leverage abundant resources to drive regional growth and address global challenges. And we do this in very pragmatic ways. We do it on the ground, and we're always trying to maximize impact. And bear with me if I can, so I can give you a few examples of how is it that we work in each one of these areas. In terms of unlocking opportunities, we know that a good business climate anchored in effective regulation, the rule of law, strong institutions is critical to reducing uncertainty, which in turn is key to attract investment and for private sector to thrive. So here at the IDB, we work with governments to promote comprehensive agendas of policy reforms that create markets, that improve regulatory frameworks and to support level playing fields. For example, a recent project in the Dominican Republic will result in 60% increase in its capacity to generate renewable energies thanks to changes in the regulatory framework. In the regulatory space, we also work across countries to promote regulatory convergence and to strengthen the capacity to comply with standards, which is very important to secure resilient supply chains. In Costa Rica, for example, certification of local firms under a long-standing IDB-supported program has significantly expanded the number of the domestic suppliers that have connected to the medical devices cluster, improving supply chain competitiveness. The second point in which we work here at the IDB is on maximizing gains. We've heard it from Secretary Bárcena, from my friend Alicia, and also from Arrow, that inefficient customs and border management, gaps in trade and transport-related infrastructure, inefficient or expensive shipping and logistics services get in the way of efficient and secure trade. So the IDB has a solid track record of investing in quality and resilient infrastructure to reduce the time and cost to trade, as well as helping governments streamline, automate, and digitize customs and border procedures, including with regional projects. In many APEP countries, in fact, the IDB has supported implementation of electronic single windows, which have resulted, for example, in reduced waiting time for import licenses of 25% in Peru, reduced time for customs clearance in Mexico by 10%, and reduced processing time for salmon exports in Chile from 48 hours to 10 minutes. And the IDB pioneered the interconnection of these windows across countries, further facilitating intra-regional trade. Now, one important point that I also want to make is that trade facilitation is part of the IDB's agenda to foster inclusive growth. But we go way beyond that. And this is important because, of course, small and medium-sized firms are disproportionately benefited by reduced trade costs. But we also do more. For instance, in Uruguay, we are tapping into the possibilities offered by the new technologies, successfully training, improving the skill set in the country, and development of startups, including women-led firms and young entrepreneurs. On the third point on what is it that we do here at the IDB is we also leverage the abundant resources to drive growth and address global challenges. We know that the region has about half of the world lithium, about 36% of copper, significant reserves of rare earth, about 50% of the world biodiversity, 23% of forests, and I could go on and on and on. So LAC is in a unique position to help power clean energy value chains and the global transition to net zero. And the IDB group is committed to helping the region and the world realize these opportunities. President Yellen referred to a landmark project, Amazonia Forever. We also have other projects in the region that, again, are tapping into these opportunities to help solve global challenges. Now, the third and final point that I want to make is that a strengthened relationship between the United States and APEP countries could bolster economic growth and prosperity, and the IDB group stands ready to help, including through promoting increased private sector participation. Between 2012 and 2022, bilateral trade between the US and APEP countries grew 40%, amounting to 1.6 trillion. Alicia was giving some very impressive figures before. Now, even if we take US trade with non-USMCA APEP members, this is quite significant as well. It reached $170 billion in 2022. And again, this is not minor. If these 9 countries were a single economy, they would be the 7th most important partner of the United States, larger than the UK and larger than Vietnam, for example. Now, geographic and cultural proximity, commonality of values and interests offer great opportunity to further increase trade and investment, mitigate risks and vulnerabilities, and mitigate and foster job creation and prosperity. And based on the IDB's successful trajectory of supporting regional integration, we stand ready to work with all of you to increase economic cooperation between the U.S. and Latin American countries, and APEC countries in particular, including through the mobilization of greater private sector participation to take advantage of the new opportunities and also to help tackle developmental challenges.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
With the time we have left, I'd love to go through with the second round of questions. Maybe I could start with the Foreign Secretary. I think one of the things you talked about was the extent to which growth in the region is highly unequal. And I'm very interested to get your view on how, as we advance deeper integration through the region, do we use the tools of public policy to ensure that existing inequalities aren't entrenched, but rather we see genuinely broad-based prosperity using the tools of trade and integration?
Well, first of all, I think we have to look at the 3 tracks of APEP. APEP has 3 tracks. It has the foreign affairs track, the trade track, the financial track. And how do these 3 tracks can help in what you're saying in terms of development with inclusion? I think we have a couple of challenges. Number one, I think digital infrastructure. It was raised by the 2 colleagues here of the private sector. I think this is very important. If we don't have digital inclusion in the region, we're going to fail. So my suggestion is the IDB to focus on digital inclusion, which is connected, by the way, with financial inclusion. Because if we want to perform in platforms that are the new platforms of e-commerce and e-digital and everything, we need financial inclusion. And let me tell you that on the financial side, and here is our president of the IDB, which I value very much, I have a suggestion for the IDB. We need a financial entity that mitigates the cost associated with the initial risk capital of the private sector. This is what the European Investment Bank is doing with the Global Gateway. We need an IDB that can help us to really de-risk the initial capital of any investment to the private sector, by the way, maybe through IDB Invest or any category, but I think this is urgent because our countries don't want to acquire more debt. They are already very indebted. We calculated that more or less the debt services in the region, for example, Costa Rica is paying 4.6% of their GDP in servicing the debt. So if we don't find new mechanisms for financing, I think we're not going to make it because our societies are already paying a large amount of debt. Ecuador is indebted, Barbados is indebted, Costa Rica is highly indebted. So if we don't find a mechanism by which institutions like the IDB, together with the private sector, I guess, together with the governments and with the senators, because we need these guys to pass legislations like the ones we are looking forward, we hope, because we want to modernize, for example, the border, and this is a message for my dear Senator Bennett and Cassidy. We discussed this yesterday. A very important investment is in the border, because that's where we ensure security, migration, synthetic drugs. That's where we can ensure that this is not crossing. So to your question, I think we need to really have to focus on 3-4 priorities. One for me is financial inclusion, digital inclusion, work for the people to ensure that we can close the gaps, because this region has very rich people here, very technological frontiers here, and a large amount of small and business size companies that do not have access. And that's where I value very much what Amazon is doing, because Amazon connects the two worlds in a way. And this is the type of things, the new businesses we need to engage into.
Senator Cassidy, I know you want to
get in. I think, am I on? Yeah. I think what Senator Bennett and I are trying to do with the Americas Act is to address the inequality between different groups. And first we have the model, and again, I think it's in the self-interest of the United States, One thing I learned about Mexico is that net migration from Mexico decreased dramatically after the passage of NAFTA. Once folks had jobs, they would rather stay where they were as opposed to migrate someplace else, even though there was that inequality. That's number one. Secondly, we would like to change under the Americas Act, the DFC, which right now is not allowed to loan to middle-income countries. So think Chile, for example. We would allow that to occur to allow this kind of build out there. We think that expands the middle class, which then drives services from others. Not the super wealthy, they'll be taken care of by other means, but the middle class. And Chris speaks to that. When Chris speaks about putting service industry in a Latin American country, those are folks who are the accountants, for example. They're going to have somebody build them a new home. They're going to buy more groceries. They're going to have others that they're going to stimulate that virtuous cycle in which the middle class, as it expands, creates more economic opportunity for those who provide services. And so we imagine, for example, and I love the way that all this comes together, if Amazon is putting out satellites by which they hope to do many things, but among which will allow someone who wishes to work in the service industry to be able to be in a Latin American city and do something for IBM, which might be impacting something in New Orleans, Louisiana, that allows an immediate investment as opposed to perhaps something which takes longer, which would be a manufacturing site. So I do think trade is critical, as the Secretary said, and I do think the Americas Act, which we're promoting, helps achieve that.
Of course. Thank you. I would say, I'm not an economist, but I would say that one of the reasons why we haven't seen the economic growth historically in Latin America that we have seen in other places is because of what the Secretary is talking about, which is the huge gap between, wealthy people and everybody else. That has been a drag on the region. And one of the things I worry about for our country is that for the first time, we see this, the worst income inequality that we've had since the 1920s. We're seeing less economic mobility in the United States than we have seen, than many other countries, industrialized countries around the world are having. We have to change that because the United States, I think, has only been convincing to the world as a model when we've stood for both freedom and for opportunity. We have to stand for both those things. I ran for a very unnoticed campaign for president in the United States, it's true, saying that we could cut childhood poverty in America in half. And I didn't get elected, but Joe Biden did, and we put in place the enhanced child tax credit that Sherrod Brown and I had written, which did cut childhood poverty in the United States in half. It reduced hunger by a quarter. I know the IDB is financing programs, we talked about it earlier this week, that are similar to that child tax credit as a way of helping women in particular who are raising kids, and who are building the small businesses the Secretary is talking about. So I think there are things we can learn from each other. One final point. You heard the private sector folks here talk about the need for a trained workforce. We have that need here in the United States as well. And I think that if you did one thing in the U.S. to try to address the income inequality that I was talking about, it would be to ensure that every single kid that was graduating with a high school degree in the U.S. graduated with the skills to earn a living wage, not just a minimum wage. That they could do the work that IBM needs them to do and that Amazon needs them to do without necessarily getting a college degree. There are ways of us to develop those curricula with our partners in Mexico and in Latin America that I think would serve workers throughout the entire hemisphere, serve the business enterprises throughout the entire hemisphere, and allow us to match the skills gap that or address the skills gap that we now have in ways that could fundamentally change the economic inequality issues for the entire region. And that would lead to the kind of economic growth that I think would strengthen democracy, strengthen our integrated partnerships, and demonstrate that this hemisphere can compete with anybody in the world.
The few remaining seconds we have, I wanted to get Christopher and Arrow back in the conversation briefly, but I did, if I could, wanted to make one point following on what Senator Cassidy said, and sort of note the way in which what you described with respect to the DFC and middle-income countries very much rhymes with something the administration has been looking to do with the World Bank, which is expand the capacity of the World Bank to lend into middle-income countries, recognizing that when it comes to issues like state fragility and migration, when it comes to issues like public health, when it comes to things like the energy transition, the highest impact investments in each of those domains can be in middle-income countries just the same as in lower and lower middle-income countries. So that, I think, is a place where what you describe rhymes very much with how we've been thinking about it from the Biden White House. Christopher and Arrow, the one question I wanted to ask you briefly is, with this group here, if you could change one thing about public policy in the U.S. and other governments in the region to have the greatest impact on trade, investment, integration, what would that one thing be? And we're getting flashed red, so one thing.
One thing. Avoid isolationism. We have a long history of it in this country, in both parties. Economic and political isolationism. I think it's a big threat to the country, certainly a big threat to the economy. And I think the idea, the Bipartisan Americas Act, does something we need to do, which is we have a long history in the United States of ignoring this region until it becomes a problem. Our attention gets diverted elsewhere, and we don't, as Senator Cassidy said, we haven't had a strategy since the Kennedy years. I think we need a strategy. I hope it'll be bipartisan, and I hope it'll avoid isolationism.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say something similar. I would say promote trade, promote regional trade. Take steps that make it easier for your partners to trade with you so that it will be easier for your companies to trade with them so that we can increase our integration. Embrace digital trade. Lower tariffs and make sure that we are operating as a region and that we are also sharing best practices. One thing that I was thinking about when both the senators were speaking is just, at Amazon we've been very successful in launching virtual work in Costa Rica, Colombia, and southern Mexico, where we're enabling employees in rural areas all over the country, as long as they have access to internet, to do a variety of things for us. We have taken our workforce development training that we launched in the U.S. and applied it in those regions, and it's very, very successful. But we need more partnership with the governments on that workforce training. We need to hear more from policymakers about how to amplify and increase that kind of partnership.
Well, a huge thanks to all of our distinguished panelists, and thank you to Annabelle to being such a great host as the representative of the IDB. And with that, we will hand the baton off to the next panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator, pleasure to meet you. Thank you so much.
Really kind statements. We appreciate working together.
Thank you, panel, for this enlightening conversation. Now we're going to take 1 minute break to change the set, but thank you so much and stay in your seats. Thank you, everyone. We will now continue for the next panel. Please take your seats. So now, if we could sit down, we will go on to the next panel with the next heads of state. Le damos la bienvenida.
We welcome once again to the stage the president of the IDB, Yellen Goldfein, who will moderate a discussion with His Excellency Guillermo Lasso, President of Ecuador, Her Excellency Dina Boluarte, President of Peru, and His Excellency Gabriel Boric, President of Chile.
Damos la bienvenida al honorable.
We also welcome the Honorable Senator Christopher Dodd, Special Presidential Advisor in the United States on the Americas.
Bienvenidos todos. Adelante, presidente.
Welcome all. President Goldfein, please. Very well. Once again, it's an honor and a pleasure to have our presidents here, Guillermo Lasso, President of Ecuador, the President of Chile, President Dina Boluarte of Peru, with us, Senator Christopher Dodd, Special Presidential Advisor for the Americas of the United States. It's makes us very proud to have this panel here. The IDB is the home of Latin America. It's the home of the Americas on a special occasion, which is the APEP. This occasion also marks our Forum on Responsible Investment with the private sector and with other friends here at the IDB. I wanted to begin by asking you for your thoughts on this initiative, the APEP initiative, an initiative being presented to presidents here in Washington, and what it is that we should discuss and what we should do here together. I'll begin with President Lasso. I'll begin with you, sir. Tell us your views. You've been here since the beginning of my term, so I would like for you to start our panel. Thank you very much, Yellen. It's very important for me as President of Ecuador to be at this panel. It's a great initiative that President Biden has set up with the APEP. It's high time for the countries of Latin America to have a summit to discuss amongst ourselves with the United States present. There are many things going on in the world, unfortunately. The war, Russia against Ukraine, is a war in Europe, but it has global impact. This affects us in Ecuador as far as our markets, our exports, which were initially affected by this. Hamas's attack against Israel also has global effects that have an impact on all of our countries. Lastly, the pandemic. That is a great example of how we need to work together. Countries need to come together in order to overcome those challenges. I would like for us to discuss something important for our countries at this venue, and that is security. What we have today is not conflicts between the countries or any country in Latin America. What we have is a shared enemy, which is drug trafficking, human trafficking, illegal mining, and violence overall on our streets, in our prisons, that we've all experienced, not just in Ecuador. It's not a problem that the IDB has dealt with initially, but it is a problem that affects the security of all of the countries of Latin America. I personally would like to express my appreciation. This is my last summit. I'm at the end of my term. If I don't speak today, I will no longer be able to say those things on another occasion. So I want to thank the IDB and the DFC helping us swapping debt for nature, the largest of its kind in history, $1.6 billion approximately. And for my country, this led to about 1.1 billion in debt savings, and the resources that resulted from that swap will be allocated for the international reserve in Galapagos, going from 130,000 to 198,000 kilometers squared. It's a very important environmental action. In financial terms, it's the first time that Ecuador uses a market operation to reduce its debt by 1.1 billion. It's approximately 7% of total public debt in private markets outside of Ecuador. There are other issues, important ones, strategic projects. 92% of the energy produced in our country is from hydraulic sources, but we are now experiencing the worst drought in 50 years, and we are having problems generating energy. We have support from President Boluarte of Peru, President Petro of Colombia. Even so, it is a critical problem for us. We have strategic projects in place, and Ecuador really needs to focus on these in order to get financing from the IDB, from the multilaterals, from international markets, with the aim of diversifying our energy portfolio, turning toward solar energy, wind energy. By the end of November, before I leave office, I will have signed public-private partnership contracts for an equivalent of 20% increase of energy for Ecuador. It's very important strategically. Lastly, I'd like to mention a project that I consider critically important, and that is our children. My country, my administration has been the first in Ecuador's history to take on chronic children's malnutrition as a core policy issue. That is where Ecuador's future lies, and in only 900 days of my administration, 2.5 years, child malnutrition has gone down by 3.5%. That's an achievement, but that's not enough, because when I leave Ecuador, we'll have a 20.1% rate of chronic malnutrition. So there is work to be done to provide continuity, to continue to work for the future of our country. Our future is our children.
Muchas gracias. Algunos temas son
Thank you. Some issues are fundamental. Citizen security is one of them. Here at the IDB, we have a citizen security unit. And there are a few development banks that have a unit like that. And the more time I spend here, I see an increasing or a growing number of requests to work on security in a joint fashion. Even in our project, the Amazon Forever, we discuss the issue of citizen security, so it is a relevant point. Another point is that we were very proud to take part in the greatest debt for nature swap that happened in Ecuador, and we're very pleased to hear that resources are used for a priority, which is nature, the defense of the Galapagos Islands. I have yet to go there. I promise you I will. But I would also like to say that this APEP summit and this is the Responsible Investment Forum, but I understand that it's your final summit, so it's great to have you here. President Boluarte, please tell us, what is your opinion of this initiative? What do we need to work on in a deeper way? How do you see it? What are the relevant aspects in your opinion? To Peru, the integration of people, not just in Latin America and the Americas, but throughout the world is extremely important. The COVID-19 pandemic has made it very obvious that if the vaccines that were produced in some countries of the world did not reach other countries of the world that didn't produce them but needed them, then many people would have died. This means that collaboration among countries has ensured the survival of the human species. I want to thank the IDB and President Biden for this initiative and this summit and this forum, because it's only through joint work can we be able to ensure development for our countries. Peru is a country that is peaceful, that is calm. After the coup on December 7th, after those dreadful final weeks of December of 2022 and first weeks of 2023, where economic losses were actually higher than the losses that we suffered through COVID-19. My team have been resilient to these shocks. Will continue to be, but we have tried to ensure peaceful engagement. We have been able to make investments for soil sanitation, as we say. That's basic sanitation, in our opinion. We've also injected an investment that hadn't been made in the past, to be able to build major infrastructure projects like the Chavimochic irrigation project in La Trinidad. This was a project that was stuck for many years. And why do we try to lift the obstacles for this type of project? Well, because we want to ensure food supplies for our domestic market, but beyond that, for international markets. Peru is one of the countries that has the 7 different biomes, and we can ensure open agriculture to the world. Additionally, it's extremely important for us to protect our Amazon region from the perspective of its human face, as we expressed in Brazil during the summit among countries that share the Amazon basin. A large percentage of our territory is part of that basin in Peru, and that is why we have it as a major concern, not just because it's a sanctuary, but we also have many of our brothers and sisters who live in the Amazon rainforest, and we need to ensure that their rights to be connected through the internet, through education and healthcare services is protected. Your question was on the importance of the APEP summit. I think that one of the outcomes of this summit needs to be better trade flows in this interconnected world. So we need to have a pragmatic vision. We need to focus on specific, effective solutions with a view to strengthen our economies, our macroeconomies, with a human face that reflects our concerns for health care, quality of life, and sustainability for future generations. The articulation of productive value chains with involved countries is important. We thank you from Latin America, because we want to have that interconnected work. That is all essential so we can strengthen the competitiveness of our products globally. We need to foster innovation and boost the diversification of our export supply. Peru is the 6th richest country in mineral production and gas and oil production, and it's a top copper producing country. So we have a country that can draw investor attention to Peru. And APEP is a testament to that. The fact that President Biden has convened Latin American presidents here in Washington for a candid conversation, having heart-to-heart conversations, as we say in Peru, so that we can interconnect our economies to benefit our populations, to support each other mutually, as President Lasso says, so that when there are crises, that we can lend a hand to our brothers and sisters across borders. That is what APEP is all about. On August 1st, we took on the pro tempore presidents or chairmanship of the Pacific Alliance, and I would like to thank and recognize President Boric from Chile and the Mexican Foreign Secretary, my friend Alicia Bárcena, and our Foreign Minister in Peru, who have been instrumental in ensuring that Peru can successfully take on its pro tempore chairmanship of the Pacific Alliance, because it's thanks to these fora and to these economic opportunities to interact. We need to make sure that we're free from ideology and specific political ideas. What we need to focus on is investments and solutions so that we can work on them, so our people can find development, and through that, higher quality of life. In Peru, we've launched the Iron Children campaign. We are worried as Ecuador about child malnutrition. We are currently conducting that campaign so we can cut down on chronic malnutrition in our children between 0 and 5 years of age. But we're also worried about a problem that we know will soon affect all countries in the world, which is the global El Niño, which will come as a result of climate change. When we began our administration this year, we were hit by a cyclone. We're not in a tropical area, but we were hit by Cyclone Yaku, which raised many hectares of agricultural production and had an impact on our productivity. And Peru is already working to prevent the impacts of the looming global El Nino. We are procuring equipment, machinery in a proactive way, and that never happened in the past. We were always reactive in the past, but through the Housing Ministry, through the Defense Ministry, through the Transportation Ministry, Agriculture Ministry, we've purchased equipment, and we're working to prevent the impacts of that global El Nino so that we can protect crops, houses, bridges, and roads. All these entail work hours, investment. We need to ensure that future cyclones, future climate events don't affect us and make us take steps back in terms of things that are already built. So APEP is a great opportunity for us to inform the United States and the world about the work that we conduct together so that we can together address all the things that we need to address to ensure proper nutrition, to ensure proper development for a better quality of life for our citizens, to ensure digital government that will in turn ensure greater transparency and thereby fight corruption. Our country is not free from corruption, but we are taking it on, head on. Every day our ministers and officials are fighting corruption, and it's a cancer that had metastasized in our country. So Peru is a serious country. It's a country that has a great future, and it's a country that is hopeful. I've already met this morning with 2 investor groups, and I can tell them, and I'll tell you, that Peru is waiting for you with open arms. I always get very interesting dossiers from investors, but I prefer to see people in the eye and have a heart-to-heart. Peru is still firm, standing firm, despite the pandemic, despite the coup, and despite the future efforts. Peru is on its feet, serene and calm. We have internal domestic engagement that assures the international community that you can come to our country to invest because we have political, social, and legal certainty, and the rules of the game for any transaction will always be respected and fulfilled because we are a respectful legal country. And I would like to reiterate my thanks to President Biden for this initiative, and we hope to see future similar initiatives. We will be in San Francisco next month, 16th and 17th, as the chair of the APEC group during that summit, and we're already working with investors that are part of the APEC, and we have told them that APEC needs to shine with its own light in 2024. So we participate in APEC, Pacific Alliance, the Andean community, and through these different fora, Peru is interconnected globally, and that's what we need to do with our people. We need to make sure our people are interconnected inclusively without discrimination. We need to embrace ourselves and each other so that we can together prosper and ensure that the human species is here to stay on this planet. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Hay que de verdad darle.
Thank you very much. We need to lend each other a helping hand. Always, it's helped during the pandemic, also with the global Niño. We're working through the Amazon Forever initiative, and clearly Peru has a human face in their programs, as we do here as well. President Boric, what is your opinion of this opportunity? Thank you, Yellen. I thank the IDB for hosting us here. I thank President Biden for inviting us to APEP. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize President Lasso and his final summit. It's been a pleasure to meet you. We come from different political stripes, but I think that mutual respect among our countries and ongoing engagement has enabled very positive relations over this time. That is how international relations should be managed. It's been a great pleasure to share this time with you over the last 2 years. There's something you mentioned that I should underscore. We are currently in a very volatile global scenario, where situations that happen outside of our territories, very far from our territories and areas of influence, have a direct impact on our economies and therefore on our people. The unacceptable Russian invasion of Ukraine that has been sustained over time, that has been normalized over time, it would seem, and it's something that hit us very hard in our supply chains, particularly in our agricultural product supply chains. And today, the unacceptable terrorist aggression with kidnapping of Hamas against Israel and Israel's incommensurate response, disproportionate response that has affected the people of Gaza has also hit our countries hard. So what I think about this is that medium-income countries like ours, Peru, Ecuador, Chile, the only way that we have to be sustained on the international stage is by demanding a respect of international law, and that's what's been affected. And so to be among friends and to speak up on the respect for international law is very important. I share the relevance of citizen security, but not just citizen security. Beyond that, this is among the many tremendous challenges that we face, like the climate crisis, recent pandemic, future pandemic. Just as those events know no borders, international crime knows no borders. We've seen this recently where gangs of different origin operate beyond their areas of origin. And so we need to cooperate to fight them. And we need to go beyond that, work on cybersecurity together. I understand the bank is doing that now on APEP in particular. APEP comes from a proposal that President Biden made during the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. In my opinion, it has great potential. There's something that is a fact now, which is that the United States has lost influence in Latin America over the last few years, and the way to recover their influence is not through hegemony, but through collaboration and partnership. And so I hope that APEP becomes a space, as it declares, a space, an opportunity for economic cooperation and protection of democracy, workers' rights, and the environment. And what we need to safeguard and what we need to promote is that beyond declarations of good intentions, that this translates into specific results for our people. We need to collectively start thinking about including countries that are not here. I'm worried about that. Argentina, Paraguay, Venezuela, Bolivia, they're not here because of an intent to politically exclude them. It's just because they don't have trade agreements with the United States like we do. But we need to find ways to integrate them. We have a bioceanic corridor that goes through Paraguay, Argentina, and other countries, and we're working with them, and that will open up new trade flows between the Atlantic and the Pacific, and via the Pacific to Asia, and Chilean ports will be extremely important as a result. So how can we include that type of element into APEP's perspective so it works on truly regional integration with concrete results? So what are the bars for success here? So not just joint statements of shared values, which are indeed important, but we need to go beyond that. And that was mentioned by the President for Peru. I think this will be successful only if we have more investment coming to our countries and collaboration between public and private sectors. We believe that the rationale for APEP is the right one. We're on the right track. We are very determined and working to bolster energy transition. But we're worried about protectionism throughout the world. Since we're here, it's important to mention it. I'm worried about the consequences that the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act, could have and how it could affect American companies in Chile. To add links to the value chain, certain products like electric cars, that means that companies that invest will not get investments or benefits from the IRA in their legal statutes. That could create a strong disincentive for American companies to invest in our countries, and that would be a protectionist measure which would go against the declared objective of the summit, which is more economic and trade integration. We need to have better value chains. We will discuss this further. I'll have the opportunity to discuss it at depth with President Biden. But Chile is here to say, with conviction, that we're in favor of multilateralism, that we're in favor of fair trade, that we are here to ensure that those translate into better quality of life for our citizens who were hit very hard by the pandemic. And hopefully we can also help others, although we have no way to influence affairs in other places beyond demanding respect for international law. But thank you for being here, and we hope that the result is that we can benefit the people of our countries.
Muchas gracias, Presidente Boric, de verdad. Tener una integración regional.
Thank you very much, President Boric. We need to indeed pursue regional integration with opportunities for all of us to work together. I think that's very important. We had scheduled an additional round, but we're running short on time. But before I turn to Senator Dodd for his closing remarks, I would like to ask you to present a closing statement in 1 minute, so that I can then yield to Senator Dodd so that he can close the panel. So in a minute, could you give us some thoughts on private sector, on the work with the IDB, just by way of conclusion, tell us what your views are. Thank you very much. From its inception, the Inter-American Development Bank has been the Latin American bank, a bank that's prioritized our countries and their needs. And I think that through its private sector branch plays a crucial, important role to pursue initiatives that are a product of cooperation among our countries. I think that capitalization for the IDB is essential so that you can have financial support for those products of cooperation on energy. We are currently in the midst of a crisis in Ecuador. We are rationing electricity. as a result of many factors, but the country has major plans to generate even more energy. And here I'll echo President Petro's idea of creating interconnection throughout the Americas so that Ecuador can export its energy surplus. But to bring this to fruition, there's a need for private and global financing so that we can fully harness this potential. Thank you. I have a 1-minute response divided into two. At the beginning, I said Peru is now a peaceful, calm country. Efforts of open and sincere engagement. We will soon launch a public-private investor initiative, and we'll invite all investors from the United States, because the United States is our second trading partner. We want them to be the first trading partner. But Peru is open to the world, and we hope to see you contribute and work with us in that perspective of interconnection, and to ensure that the Inter-American Development Bank to continue to be our partner. Let's add a punch to it. As we say, we have a program in Peru that let's call it Puncha Peru. And we also want to raise our voice against that unnecessary war on the other side of the world, the Russian war on Ukraine. I think it's time for us to raise our voice against violence and reject it wherever it happens. Violence leads to nothing. Violence leads to loss of human life, but not only that, we lose infrastructure. And all the investments disappear. And those who suffer from that are the people, the most vulnerable ones. So Peru is a country with a future, with hope, and we hope that investors can come see us with the Inter-American Development Bank, and we'll work together on our portfolios, on those investment shows, road shows that we will soon launch for the world. And anything we can do to help with those investment roadshows, we will certainly do. President Boric.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ian. I'm an optimist as far as the future, because I believe that the energy transition will result in opportunities for our countries as we are affected by climate change. It's also an opportunity to create new industries that can help the future of the world. In that sense, the IDB's role is very important, because our country, as a developing country where things have gone quite well recently, this means that we have lost the support of international organizations that used to support developing countries. And because things have gone well, that support needs to be replaced by public-private investment, where the IDB is one of the best. So I see opportunities in our country to, for example, develop lithium reserves. We have 40% of the world's reserves. Or copper, we have 30% of the world's reserves. These are two critical minerals for the climate crisis, through electromobility, through battery manufacturing. It's very important, but we need partners. We need more partners. And I believe that the IDB can play an important role in helping bring in investment. And I also call on everyone to have faith in our countries. Chile is a stable country. We respect the rules. We've always respected the agreements where we are that we have joined voluntarily. That is why investing in Chile gives you exactly that certainty. We have lots of opportunities, and we can only realize this if we work together, and that is why the IDB's role is so important. If we don't take these opportunities, other countries will. I know that's for the three countries here, but I'll speak about my country. I know that when there's polarization, we want free trade. We have the largest network of free trade agreements in the world. I just met with President Xi Jinping of China. Today I'll have a conversation with President Biden, and we are concerned because when you don't have investment, like, for example, you have U.S. companies that they only invest in one sector. So what I'm calling for is let's get motivated, let's invest where the challenges are, and let's work to get more inclusive development and to stabilize and guarantee democracy. As we've seen throughout history, especially in recent times, when there's fragility, that undermines democracy, and that's very bad for everyone. Thank you very much. And it's exactly what the IDB wants to do. The IDB is a knowledge bank. It is a bank that brings in the private sector and the public sector. The private sector is IDB Invest. And what we are doing here is working with U.S. companies to invest. We have IDB Americas, where the idea is to bring in companies to invest in your countries. I want to end with Senator Dodd, and I want to say that this forum, APEP, would not have happened without Senator Dodd and his efforts. What we have today in Washington, this meeting, this summit, a lot of that is due to Senator Dodd and President Biden. Please, you have the floor for the conclusion. Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk to our colleagues from Chile, from Peru, from Ecuador. It's dangerous to ask a senator to be brief, so I'll try. I'm sorry. I'll continue in Spanish, but I'm going to say some things in English too. Another round of applause for the IDB. It's fantastic. Yellen and his team have done something wonderful here. The idea of APEP, what we heard today, these are ideas that are not that are wonderful. So thank you very much. Thank you from all of us who live in the Americas to the IDB for everything you're doing. The word that our panel used, security, children, as mentioned by President Lasso, that's important. President Biden has said something that I agree with. He said that the Americas
democratic and more secure than any other hemisphere on the planet. Yes. And I believe that very deeply as well. And I also believe that we're in a moment. We have some unique leaders in the Americas. I want to be careful, but I want to mention just a few people, and I'm not excluding anyone. But we've had some great panels here this morning. First of all, the IDB. Then to have the Secretary of the Treasury, Janet Yellen, here was very important in my view, because it says in the most important ministry in the United States at this moment on this question will be the Treasury Department. And so having her here this morning, and tomorrow she's hosting a meeting at the Treasury Department to get more specific about what she's prepared to do and the Treasury can do as well. Then to having 6 presidents from the Americas, 6 presidents on this stage at the IDB is an historic event. Ilian tells me there have never been this many heads of state from Latin America at the IDB at one time than has happened this morning in this building here. And that doesn't exclude the others who are here. They're going to participate in their own time as well. But it was very important to hear from President Chavez, President Abinader, obviously President Lacalle Pou from Uruguay, and now with my great friend President Lasso, President Boluarte, I was in President Boric in Chile. I was with President Boric in Chile for a remarkable day on September 15th, when 12 hours of a memorial service, the 50th anniversary after the coup d'etat in Chile. And your words, Mr. President, were just magnificent that day, as were the words of others who spoke on that particular occasion.
Thank you very much.
So thank you. And your words about optimism and believing despite the difficulties we see around the world. I just want to say one thing that people may agree or disagree with. The fact that we're still meeting and having this meeting today, I wouldn't have been terribly surprised if the administration might have said, you know, I've got these huge problems elsewhere around the world. Maybe we ought to postpone. This president didn't say that at all, didn't even suggest it. He very much wanted this. We'll be with him tomorrow. We have a chance to meet critical people who can help us move this idea forward of America's partnership for economic prosperity. So I thank him for that. He also has said, look, what we can do together is so much better and more than when we act alone. And I agree with that totally. I think it's critically important that we realize that no single problem we'll identify, and there are many, can be solved by any one country alone. This is clearly a need for regional integration. In the absence of that, I don't know how we can honestly tell anyone that we could successfully deal with the problems of economic growth, job creation, climate change issues, improving the quality of education and healthcare. You go down the list. It requires cooperation. I mean, that's not to be brain surgery we're talking about. And what we've heard this morning is, of course, people representing the spectrum of sources of information and assistance and support. It's a new idea for us. I'm greatly appreciative of Franklin Roosevelt's the good neighbor policy and Jack Kennedy with the Alianza para Progreso and so forth, wonderful ideas, and others have tried things. This is new. This is a unique platform we're creating, and it is a platform. It's the only platform I'm aware of today in our hemisphere that is designed specifically to deal with future issues. And you've heard many of them mentioned here this morning already, talking about the digital importance, the infrastructure. We are overly urbanized in this Americas, particularly in Latin America. And we need to make it possible for rural areas to have access to the internet and access to the digital technology that exists. If we can start to make it a good life for someone to live outside of an urban area in our countries in the region. So there are a lot of things we can be doing. And over the next 24 hours, you'll be hearing various ideas on how we can build those platforms. So that's going to be an important message as well. I'm an optimist. I spent 36 years in the United States Congress, 30 of them in the United States Senate. And I said this once, I probably said it 1,000 times during those 36 years to my colleagues in the Senate. And that was, windows open, windows close. I happen to deeply believe we're in an open window moment. They don't last long. They can close very quickly. For a variety of reasons, they can close. So when you're given an opportunity, once in a generation opportunity, to do something different, to come together as partners in this hemisphere, to try and make a difference, so that we can see a hemisphere grow in the 21st century, to provide those opportunities, to have that aspirational quality. All of us as human beings aspire to a better life, a safer life, a life with some opportunity to it. And if you want to deal with people's aspirations, we've got to provide the opportunities for them by creating that economic involvement. You can't be for job creation and against the private sector. It just doesn't work. They can't do it alone. We need a government sector to support what the private sector can provide. But we've got to create more jobs. We've got to build the ability to do that. And I'm convinced we can do it. But it's going to take long work. This doesn't happen overnight. It's not going to produce magical results immediately. But if you're interested in the long pull and the long run of things, I don't know of any other option but the one we're talking about over these next 24 hours. I can't begin to tell you how grateful I am to the heads of state. I'm sorry President Cortizo could not be here, but he has a serious problem he's dealing with in Panama. But every other president that I asked to be a part of this agreed to come, many of them immediately, the importance in the idea, and they wanted to hear the ideas and how we could make this work. So I'm dealing with a group of optimists. President Boris, you're not alone in that optimism. But people, I think all of us want to believe we can do something on our time, on our watch, to make a difference. That's why we're here. And over the next 24 hours, I hope you'll join us in coming up with ideas on how to make this idea, this opportunity we have, before that window closes, to get something done by putting people to work and growing the economies of our hemisphere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So let me close just by saying that it's clear to me that the U.S. needs the region and the region needs the U.S. Thank you for the panel. Thank you for all. We are looking for the next panel here. Thank you. Thank you. Very
Great
good.
job.
Great job for you.
Great job.
Picture, yeah.
Now let's continue. If you can take a seat again, we have one special presentation for you today. As you might know, we are the IDB Group. IDB that works with the public sector, IDB Invest that works with the private sector, and IDB Lab, our innovation laboratory for development. For the next segment, we will hear a special presentation from IDB Invest and how the institution is scaling development impact in the region through the private sector. Please join me in welcoming James Scriven, CEO of IDB Invest.
Hello, everybody. I have the difficult task. My president a few minutes ago mentioned IDB Invest, and Madam Secretary Yellen did talk about the support that the US government is giving to IDB Invest. So now I've got the difficult task to actually tell you what IDB Invest is and why this is important. So this is going to be a story of impact. And let me start by talking about Carmen. Carmen is an entrepreneur. She lost her job and opened a restaurant. We were able to finance Carmen by financing what is called in Chile Fondo Esperanza. Carmen is not unique. In the last 7 years, we've been able to finance about 2 million SMEs like Carmen's restaurant, working through financial institutions, through funds, as it is the case of Fondo Esperanza. Second, you can refer to the largest wind farm that we did together with ENGIE in Peru. This has been able to generate 50 million megawatts of clean energy, and we're able to close 21 coal power plants. Another good example of this, and taking it up to scale, in the last 7 years we've been able to mitigate, to avoid 12 million tons of CO2 emissions. Another example of our work is in Ecuador. And as you see, the examples that I'm trying to give are examples that are referring particularly to the APEC countries. Ecuador. This is the recycling plant that Adelca has, one of the largest steel manufacturing companies in Ecuador. What we've been able to work with them is on the entire supply chain of recycling, with an objective not only to address circular economy, but more importantly, to address jobs. 500,000 jobs we've been able to generate in these last 7 years of operation. Last but not least, a project that gives us a lot of pride. This is a train that connects Paso de los Toros with the port of Montevideo in Uruguay. We've been able to finance this not only ourselves in building and helping build sustainable infrastructure, but more importantly, crowding in $250 million of institutional impact investors from around the world. So these are examples of what we've been able to do over these last 7 years, channeling $42 billion to the region. That model is obsolete. And I wanted to start by saying that some of the examples that Madam Secretary was referring to this morning about why we want to change, I want to address them in this part of the presentation. Why I think it's obsolete. The world has radically changed. The examples that presidents have referred to this morning about wars, about climate, have all had an enormous effect over Latin America and the Caribbean. So the challenge is much bigger and much more difficult to address than it was before. So we're thinking about a different way of operating, and we want to take it at scale. And that's why I want to go back to the story of impact. This is what we're looking for. We're looking for scaling impact. If we want to have a dent in the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, that can only happen through scale and working in a different way. And I'm going to give a few examples of those. One, 2 areas of focus, and then a means to that focus. Area of focus. Presidents referred to just now of how unequal our continent is. So addressing the social challenges of our region is at the top of the list. And you can refer to employment, SME, poor and vulnerable populations, gender diversity and inclusion, food security, a number of areas that are extremely important to raise people out of poverty and address those inequality gaps in our region. That has historically been the reason for operation of all the multilateral organization. But the world has changed. And as you're going to be hearing more and more, a dual agenda about protecting the planet. And protecting the planet means many different things from different countries. But I want to refer to, for many, it is mitigation. You talk about decarbonization, you talk about climate mitigation, you talk about just transition. There are a number of areas, but for Latin America and the Caribbean, and particularly the Caribbean and Central America, adaptation is important. You just heard two countries, in particular countries from the Caribbean, the Dominican Republic, and from Central America, Costa Rica, talking about the impact the climate has on their GDPs and how can that wipe out an entire population or move down to poverty. So this is another agenda, but I also want to refer to a concept of innovation. There are many things that multilaterals are referred to and are known for. Innovation is not one of those. So what we're trying to put on the table is the importance of using the shareholders' willingness to experiment to be able to reduce risk and crowd in investments. So you're going to see a lot of areas around mobilization, lending in local currency. For the most part, historically, institutions like us only lend in US dollars. We cannot be lending and putting hard currency on balance sheets of private sector companies. We're talking about taking much more risk. We're talking about preparing companies to be able to make bankable deals, and that's what we call upstream strategy, and also take equity. Historically, this has been a debt house, and we've only financed. Now, we're going to be able to take on equity. And why is this important? Because we want to go to this concept that Secretary Yellen referred to this morning about originate to share. It's about partnerships. Historically, multilateral institutions, including us, had a model that's called buy and hold. We lend. The only thing we did was lend. With the emergence of all those problems that we've seen over the last decade, there's a positive thing that happened, is the emergence of what we call impact investors. And today, you've got $53 trillion of impact investors in the world looking for impact. And what we're here to show is that we can be a conduit for those investments into Latin America and the Caribbean if we change our model, we change our incentives, and we work in a different way. And that's what we refer to, this concept of originate, to share with other investors also. In the last few years, we've been able to map 700 investors that have appetite for Latin America or are interested. In the last 7 years, we have been channeling more than 200 investors into our region. Actual number is 220 investors into our region. And that's the reason why we've been successful in the numbers you're referring to, because we are constantly looking at ways in which we're channeling these investments into the region. This cannot be done on our own, and you're going to recognize a photo that was taken in Marrakesh, where partnerships across multilateral organization is the only way to go. And I'm saying this because there was a document written or presented many years ago that's called From Billions to Trillions. You cannot address the UN Sustainable Development Goals if you keep thinking in billions. We need to move to trillions. And trillions can only happen by partnerships across multilateral organization, and more importantly, partnerships with private sector investors. I want to talk a bit about the road ahead and close with what was my opening statement referring to, this is a story of impact. This morning, we're in the middle of a discussion of a potential capital increase, and with this change in model, we're looking for ways to having impact. So I did refer to the $42 billion that we did over the last 7 years. We're going to be taking that number projected to 10 years in about $120 billion. That's what President Yellen said this morning. But more importantly, I want to take that down to what it means for our countries. And I'm going to be using examples of impact about this. So what are we going to be doing? Jobs. And I'm going to refer to a few examples of the social agenda and then into the climate agenda. So on the social agenda, creating 10 million jobs per year. Remember, I referred to 2 million in 7 years. This is going to be per year. Second, SMEs finance. We know for the most part of our countries, 80–90% of the job creation or the product and services are managed, controlled by SMEs. Their biggest issue is access to financial services. So we're going to go for a target of more than 2.5 million SMEs financed every single year in Latin America and the Caribbean. Poor and vulnerable. This is a top priority for Yellen's administration to focus on the most vulnerable population in all our countries. And these are numbers that we have discussed with the board that what potentially can be the impact in the population of close to 2 million per year. We also want to talk about a population that is extremely vulnerable and has less financial services. So close to 50% of the SMEs in the world, and it's still the case for Latin America, are owned and managed by women. But less than 10% of those have access to financial services. So we have a very strong focus on going back to the example that I gave of Carmen, of financing women entrepreneurs. Access to financial services for farmers. We know and we've known that Latin America is a breadbasket of the world. The other breadbasket of the world is Ukraine, and we all know what's happening there. So we have a global responsibility to feed the world. And that's why we've got a very strong focus on small farmers for them to be able to have the technology and the funding to be able to grow. Last two concepts, and I'm going to close with this concept of clean energy. Latin America has the natural resources to actually produce and protect the world. If you look at these examples, I did refer to Peru, but if you look at green hydro, if you look at all these examples, are great examples of the benefit that Latin America has had with wind and sun. And this is a good example of what we can be producing every single year that is clean energy in around 2 gigawatts per year. The last concept, avoiding CO2 emissions and the work that we could be doing. So I wanted to end with where I started. This is about impact. The model that we looked at before is obsolete. It can address but just a small portion of the needs of our region. And now with what we're thinking about is shifting the way we work and putting more clean energy into that institution to be able to get to significantly bigger and more impactful numbers. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scriven, for this wonderful presentation. As we've heard, IDB Invest is scaling the impact that its projects have on people's lives in Latin America and the Caribbean through greater focus, greater ambition, and greater collaboration with partners through increased mobilization. We look forward to hearing more in the coming months. Now, on to our next session. We will have a fireside chat with Mr. Scriven, and also he will be joined by Scott Nathan, the CEO of the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. They will be speaking about partnerships for private sector development. Mr. Scriven, Mr. Nathan, welcome.
Thank you, Scott, for joining us. It's a real honor to have you over here. I've probably bored the audience on what IDB Invest is. So let's move into what is the USDFC? What does it do, and how important it is for our region?
Well, James, first I wanted to say thank you for having me here up on stage. Thanks for the really interesting remarks. Congratulations to you and Yellen and all of the IDB team on putting on this event. such an important venue, to have the presidents here, the heads of state, to be able to talk about the issues for our hemisphere. It's a great opportunity. You know, you outlined many of the things that are crucial and important about the change at IDB Invest, and there's a direct parallel to the U.S. International Development Finance Corporation. DFC was created by Congress in 2018. We launched just under 4 years ago, and the idea was to create a modernized development finance institution along the lines of many of the issues you mentioned. We were given some initial tools, building on the legacy of our predecessors like the Overseas Private Investment Corporation. We were given additional tools, building on our loans, loan guarantees, and political risk insurance. We were given equity investing as a tool, directed to make local currency loans. We were given the ability to do technical assistance grants, all with the idea of mobilizing capital to the private sector, with the idea that the challenges facing the developing world are so great, we need to make sure that access to capital at the private level, government assistance alone isn't going to be enough. As you very eloquently pointed out, sustainable finance from the private sector, developed capital markets, directed toward building infrastructure, addressing the climate challenge, helping with economic empowerment of women, helping develop more sustainable and more productive agriculture, supporting small business. All of this is in our wheelhouse. It's the way that we believe ultimately we can address the development challenges, promote economic growth and opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Great. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
You know, I was just going to say, you know, one of the other things that the United States Congress did for DFC was to put us on a footing where we're better able to be partners with other development finance institutions and other institutions more broadly. This was critical because, as you point out, working together is the only way that we're going to be able to address these challenges. It's why I feel like we've been on a journey together. You've been a great partner as I've settled into the job and thought about how the Development Finance Corporation should grow over time, how we should fulfill the mission that Congress has given us and President Biden has directed us to do in our activity. So this kind of partnership, sharing ideas, sharing deal flow, working together, not just co-financing, but expanding the overall investment universe is part of what we're all about. So.
Great. So for those of you who don't know, our actual buildings are 2 blocks away.
That's right.
So we have had a number of opportunities, always over lunch, to have great conversations about how we can join forces to be more impactful in the region. And I'm more than happy to address why the US DFC is important to us, but let me first ask you why you think IDB Group, and in particular IDB Invest, is important to the US DFC.
So I can point to actual projects we've done together as the first step. One of the important projects that the DFC was involved in last year was in Ecuador. That was with IDB Group generally. We worked together to help support something called the Marine Bond for the Galapagos, which helped reduce Ecuador's debt while at the same time providing funding for conservation. It's a nature-based solution for climate as well. That was very close cooperation where we provided $656 million of political risk insurance to make that project happen, and the IDB Group provided additional guarantees on top of that. We've been involved in some projects together with IDB Invest, but what's been really important is thinking about the future, how we can work together to co-finance, to work together on business development to expand the pipeline of overall projects, particularly in the areas of greatest need, infrastructure, classic infrastructure like ports, roads, railways, digital infrastructure, the infrastructure of the 21st century, which is necessary for connecting people to global markets. IDB Invest, as you've explained to me, has something that we aspire to, which is local presence. DFC, headquartered just 2 blocks from here, has a very small footprint in the markets where we operate. We're in 112 countries in terms of our projects, but we only have 1% of our staff abroad. In order to source projects, have local contacts to be able to make the kind of impact we want to make, there needs to be local presence. And you have that, you've grown that. I know how effective that is. Working together, I'm hoping that we can source more projects and do things together, taking advantage of what you've built.
I'd also like to reflect on a bit of the conversation that Scott and I have had on where to interact or where to work together. And as you referred to very well, the trillions of dollars that are needed for physical and digital infrastructure in the region is a clear way in which an agency of the US government and a multilateral organization can work together to be able to have an impact. And I want to refer to a few examples that we're already exploring. One is a whole area of mitigation. We know, I gave examples of how rich Latin America is in terms of sun, how rich it is in terms of natural minerals that can have a big effect, and also on wind. So all these are good examples that we are able to work towards changing the matrix of energies of all the countries in which we operate. So that's an area of expertise. We're testing green hydro. We're looking at good examples across the Caribbean, and in particular, we've got a big one working today in Chile. So those are examples of some of the things that we could potentially collaborate in the space, not necessarily in Chile, but in other places. The other one is adapting our physical infrastructure. We unfortunately have, I think it's 9 out of the top 10 most vulnerable countries, climate vulnerable countries in the continent. And we heard this morning many of those countries, presidents of those countries refer to of what that means. And the reality is many of this physical infrastructure that we have cannot withstand a Category 4 hurricane as we speak. We can talk about floods, we can talk about drought, there are many examples of that. So this creates an enormous opportunity because the massive amounts of money that is required to solve those with patient investments like ours is important, but also with the standards. So I did want to refer to in particular the partnership that we have, or the relationship we have with our largest shareholder, the US, that is very close in terms of standards, in terms of values and what we want to do. The concept of sustainable infrastructure is in our DNA and in your DNA. And also all the areas around ESG and the importance of how we impact the communities, how we can work through our standards. So these are a few examples of why, personally, this has been an enriching experience.
Well, you know, there's so many potential obstacles for institutions like ours to work together. You know, they all have their own culture, their histories, the bureaucracy, individual standards. We have different countries in which we work, a lot of overlap, but our universe is somewhat more limited. But despite all those obstacles, we share so much in common. We have, as you mentioned, the same DNA, the same goals. And I appreciate so much your personal commitment to making this relationship between our two institutions be as productive as possible. I think that there's ways that we can take it forward. I think people should stay tuned to hear about that. But it's really because of leadership from you and Yellen and a commitment on the side of the United States government to find ways to share ideas, to do projects together, to really take things to the next level. So I'm deeply grateful to you for that.
And obviously, as you know, we're part of an IDB group. So not only the private sector, but the innovation lab is extremely important, and obviously the role that the public sector can have in conversation with all governments to make the necessary environment. So you avoid having to go to all the countries. I'd like if you could close this session by telling us how you see and how important Latin America is, and particularly for the DFC and the Biden and Harris administration, and what to expect, in particular from the DFC, and obviously in our relationship. No?
Well, thanks for that. I mean, we have a portfolio of a little more than $40 billion of transactions that are currently active around the world. About 1/4 of that is in this hemisphere, in the countries in which we work. I see in the sectors that you mentioned that we've been having discussions an enormous opportunity for us to make impact. Climate adaptation is a difficult area to find private sector projects in, but we're committed to that. We did close to a little over $400 million of climate adaptation projects globally last year. And we're continuing to try to source those. That could be even things like smart city management to manage wastewater, to be prepared for natural disasters, to do that with trusted platforms. That kind of digital solution is incredibly important. But in the areas of renewable energy, port infrastructure, data centers, digital infrastructure generally, I'm very optimistic that we're going to find projects in Latin America that will continue to make it a high priority. It's a huge priority for President Biden, as this summit demonstrates. For Vice President Harris, as her frequent focus, particularly on Central America, has demonstrated. And the DFC is committed to being an important implementing tool in that regard. That's why I'm excited to be here on stage at the IDB and to be working together with IDB Invest and you, James. So I think the future holds great things for us. I'm extremely optimistic. You're an incredibly solid and important partner for us, and I'm really grateful for that.
I wanted to end by thanking you for coming all the way here. It's been a
90-second commute.
a great pleasure and a real honor. The conversations that you've had with our president have been enlightening to all of us. The importance of partnerships for our administration, our leadership is at the top of the list. And also through you, I wanted to thank Agnes for all the work she has done to get to the stage. And I see over there Fabio Fagundes and all the work that him, Jan, and all the team have done. It's been amazing. So
thank you for mentioning that. You know, these kind of relationships require commitment at all levels of an organization, and your team and our team have worked really well together, very hard. I'm grateful for that as well.
So a big round of applause, and thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Scriven and Mr. Nathan, for sharing your insights. So before we go out for lunch, I want to cordially invite you to come back at 1:50 sharp for the next panel. It'll be on responsible mobilization, and it'll be with our Executive Vice President as well. So please come back, but you're all welcome to go to the 9th floor main building, Andres Bello, for lunch. Thank you so much. morning we heard, if you remember, we heard from President Goldfein, Secretary Yellen, and heads of states across the Americas about the tremendous opportunity to increase trade and investment between the United States and Latin America and the Caribbean. We also heard an interesting panel on economic integration and ended the morning with James Scriven from IDB Invest and Scott Nathan from DFC sharing insights on private sector collaboration. What a great morning. Remember, you can go back always on your YouTube channel and see the sessions to play them back. We will now move on to the next panel discussion of the day, Mobilizing Responsible Investment. To moderate this panel, please join me in welcoming our Executive Vice President, Jordan Schwartz. He is joined on stage by Kate Ambrose, CEO and board member of Global Private Capital Association, Michelle Pena, COO and managing partner of Echo Enterprises Fund, Agnes Desepwitz, Chief Operating Officer of U.S. International Development Finance Corporation, Michelle Arevelo Carpenter, General Partner of Impacto Capital, Irene Arias, CEO of IDB Lab, and Daniel Stalikau, Vice Chairman of Public Sector of JP Morgan. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and welcome back if you were here with us for lunch. It's my pleasure to kick off the afternoon session of the Americas Partnership-IDB Responsible Investment Forum with a discussion that brings together development and capital. I just have a couple minutes of context for this panel and for our afternoon sessions. Over the years in which we ourselves, the people on this panel, I think many of you with us today in the audience and streaming with us, have worked for the growth and prosperity of the Latin America and Caribbean region. Our understanding about the financing of development has grown more complex and more nuanced. I think when we came out of the debt crisis of the 1980s, we asked the private sector to pick up the burden for financing not only tradable and service sector investments, but economic infrastructure as well, expecting that would not only alleviate the debt stress of the region, but it would lead to improved services and reignite the region's growth. This shift of responsibility from public to private would free the public sector to focus on what we're seeing as purely public sector goods, such as social protection or primary education. Private service providers did bring greater efficiency and investment in many network systems in our region. But that simple shift did not resolve all of our development challenges, not as we now recognize what those development challenges are. We focused on productivity, but perhaps underestimated how closely tied public good elements are to investment. As an example, I started working in infrastructure investment in 1991. There were no container cranes anywhere south of the United States in any ports in Latin America, not from Mexico to Tierra del Fuego. Ships would sit at anchor for days waiting to get to the terminals, and more days were spent being loaded and unloaded. By bringing private investment and operation to the ports, focusing very much on the productivity side of the sector, we saw a tremendous improvement in service, and I think improvements that accrued to economies through trade, efficiency, the cost of delivered goods to consumers and producers. Now we recognize, just again to stay within this little example, that even in the port sector, social environmental impacts of investments are central to how those investments are designed, how they're financed, how they are brought to market. Cargo traffic interacts with the cities in a way that affects many people's lives, including local particulates from pollution of trucks and congestion. Maybe even more salient for those who have worked in the port industry in the United States or Europe, other OECD countries, recognize that environmental management costs are the single greatest cost to the management of ports. What do you do with the dredge spoils that we pull out of the shipping channels, for example? And how do you mitigate the environmental costs of disposing of all of those things? That's actually the single greatest costs for managing ports. So that's just an example of how we understand investment, we understand infrastructure, we understand development has changed over the last 20 to 30 years. There's nobody who in the region who would invest in ports without having some sort of ability to incorporate those environmental and social liabilities and impacts into the way in which they structured their investments. So now we recognize that the social environmental impacts are central to investment, and there are a few other lessons that we've learned along the way. First, we learned that the private sector, that private finance is not so much a substitute for public finance, but may also be a complement to public finance. For this reason, we talk more these days about blending finance and about risk sharing than we talk about how the public sector crowds out the private sector necessarily. Second, we learn that private investment is particularly important for efficiency, technology transfer, and the quality of service delivery, because consumers and taxpayers have to repay all forms of financing, whether public, private, or blended, something that we need to remind ourselves with frequency now. Third, we learn that the public sector has work to do in providing efficient and effective regulations to protect both consumers and investors, and in creating conditions for markets to function. And when I say markets, I mean property markets, energy markets, capital markets, tradable sector markets. We learned, which is why we're here today at this panel, that it's not always possible to draw a strict line between a private good and the public good or the impacts that come with that service or investment. So whether we call them responsible investments or ESG, triple bottom line, or as economists prefer, investments with externalities, spillovers, and public good features, we are really talking about investment with purpose. In all the sectors that we will hear about today, an investment in a technology or in a sector can provide a very different level of emissions from an alternative investment, or withstand different levels of stress from floods or droughts. They can impact public health, biodiversity, labor standards, job levels differently depending on the investment, and can offer different levels of access to service for the poor and for the vulnerable. So the question on the table in general is this: how do we finance Latin America and the Caribbean's investment needs so that the investments are sustainable environmentally and socially? How do we do that when the cost of capital has risen with interest rates, when inflation squeezes the disposable incomes of our consumers, when growth rates across the region have flattened after the post-COVID resurgence? This afternoon's first panel is where we ground truth the hopes for private capital to finance the region's development needs. That sounds like a big ask for a panel, even a panel like this. But I think I'm confident in you. We ask those in front of you who are providing early equity, long-term financing, and everything in between, what has worked and what more can be done. So with that as a little bit of background, I'd like to start with maybe some definition of the market for these investments, and to turn to each of you to bring your own different perspective, a different slice of financing or the market segment. Maybe I'll start with Michelle Arevalo Carpenter, if you'd be so kind. You work, I think it's kind of a side gig, like 2 to 4 in the morning, as best I can tell from your resume, convening massive numbers of impact investors for what is deemed the industry's largest yearly conference. And so I was hoping you could offer us a bird's eye view of that market and give us a sense of what the global trends in impact or responsible investment have been emerging in recent years, and how do you see these trends manifesting themselves in Latin America and the Caribbean?
Thanks, Jordan. That was actually a very good context, and also to offer some context as well. This year I joined as executive director at SOCAP, this very large conference that convenes thousands of impact investors from around the world every year. Just came back from it. It happens in San Francisco every year. And I joined also as the first Latin American to lead the content and strategy for this company in its 16 years of history. And two things are interesting there. One, of course, I'm the first Latin American there leading, thinking about it, but also from a very Latin American perspective of how do you build ecosystems for impact? How do you define and continue to redefine impact investment? But also, it's 16 years of history. So this is an entire sector in the making. And for those of you who already know what impact investment is, maybe you can add to my own definition. But for those of you who haven't really heard about this impact investment ecosystem that continues to grow and scale, the broader definition is that, impact investors are those who are investing directly in companies. At least that's how most of the studies are defining it. They have measurable and intentional, explicit will to have social or environmental objectives. They also expect a financial return or at least capital preservation. There are still, and within that continuum, there's impact first funds and there's financial first funds, but it is a continuum, it is a big tent. And of course, there's any kinds of instruments. It's not just VC investment in the traditional way of thinking about it. It includes debt, quasi-equity, equity instruments, revenue-based finance, which is what I'm mostly into these days. So the numbers are actually really interesting. Jin published a study trying to size up the impact investment market, and it turned out that last year we already passed the $1 trillion mark. So it's 1.2 trillion globally. And out of that, the calculation is that it's 19.6 billion going to Latin America. That, of course, depends on whether you include DFI money or not, but really, it's not a small amount of money that's going dedicated just to impact.
Repeat the number.
It's 19.6 billion.
19.6 billion out of 1.2 trillion.
That's right.
Okay, so it's not yet representative of Latin America and the Caribbean's share of the global economy.
Exactly, there's a lot to do. But there's also, I guess, from the SOCAP perspective, there's also a lot to learn. Most of the impact investment practitioners do come from North America and Europe and are constantly showcasing these incredible innovations that they're coming up with, testing different ways of turning really capital into impact. And a lot of those, in these larger convenings end up making their way to Latin America and Africa for now. In Asia, there's still very little traction for impact investments there, at least the way we know it. But I think the one important thing for those of you who are new to impact investing is that there's also a common point of discussion about whether the investors should be willing to sacrifice financial returns in exchange for social or environmental returns. And the studies say that for Latin America, for the 90-something funds that were interviewed that consider themselves impact funds in Latin America, they said that only 60% of them seek market-level returns. So about 40% of them, are operating in different roles or are looking for social and environmental returns. And of all of them too, 50% express that they have in some cases reduced their financial return expectations in exchange for social environmental return expectations. So this is a brand new world there. These are all people operating in the private sector looking for those public goods that you were mentioning, and really playing around with what it means to be an investor within the private sector as well. The characterization that I would give is that really impact investment has gone very quickly in about 15 to 16 years from very niche to very mainstream, right? So just this afternoon at lunch, we were talking about how BlackRock has its own impact investment fund. And this does come I guess, hand in hand with a number of different trends. One of them is that over the last 5 years, just in the United States, I think there's a study that said that about $1 trillion have been inherited from baby boomers to millennials and Gen Zs. And asset owners have very different values, and they are insisting now on having values-aligned portfolios. We have entire industries around chief impact officers aligning all the portfolios for family offices to make sure that that money is going to the places where the values of the asset owners are. And that's not a small amount. Then, of course, in Latin America, we have a very interesting focus on agriculture, education, and health, which are the three builders of the middle class. So if we're thinking about this conversation in the context of an America's partnership, and if we're looking for prosperity in Latin America, it all depends on how strong and sustainable your middle class is. And most of this money is going straight towards that because, of course, investors see that that's where the opportunity is. And then more recently, in the last 2 years, we've had a lot of new funds going into what we call building this just transition, right? Taking advantage of opportunities around waste management, taking a lot of focus on biodiversity and conservation, an entire new market of different project developers that want to, I guess, leverage a little bit more of those carbon markets by doing forest regeneration. I guess that's the official way. And of course, sustainable and regenerative agriculture. So in that sense, giving definitions to what this impact investment market is one, if you didn't know it, it exists, it's strong, and it's growing at 30% year over year, according to the Global Impact Investment Network. And two, it's also very strong across Latin America. There's national advisory boards right now. I think that only 6 countries in Latin America have national advisory boards for the Global Steering Group on Impact Investment. This is a group that was created in 2013 by the presidency, the UK presidency of the G8, back thinking about what it might look like to bring impact investment to the mainstream. So yes, I guess going back to the original question, what is the role of the private sector in building public goods? Well, we are creating an entire ecosystem, an entire sector of practitioners that is playing around, those thresholds between the private and the public.
That's great. That's fantastic. Thank you. That is the bird's eye view we were looking for. I could see that there's room to grow this market in Latin America and the Caribbean, not only on the supply side of capital, of course, is something that we'll discuss over the course of this panel, but the needs and the demand for investment that brings with it the sort of social and environmental sustainability that the economies require. So thank you for that. Kate, may I turn to you next? Global Private Capital Association. Do you use GPCA?
Yes, we do.
Okay. The GPCA represents a wide range of private capital, if I understand correctly, fund managers, institutional investors to some degree, and those that are kind of in it for the long haul. How do you see activity around environmental, social impact investment evolving within your membership and the broader institutional investor universe?
Great, thanks so much, Jordan. I would just put a quick note that we rebranded GPCA a couple of years ago. I built and ran LAVCA, which is the Association for Latin America specifically. It was originally grant funded by the IDB, including BidLab. So thank you to the IDB for the startup capital. And I think there are 2 really important points to make here at the outset. These investors are investing, as you highlighted, for the long run, right? So these are not investors that are speculating in markets. We're talking about private equity, venture capital, infrastructure, real assets. Growing space right now is private credit and debt funds. And when they invest in the region, they're taking bets on companies and on projects that have a time horizon of, at least a few years, which would be a really quick turnaround, but more likely 3, 4, 5, 7, years or longer, particularly in areas like real assets or infrastructure. So it's not speculative money. It's money that, by definition, is committed to a long-term outcome. Another critical, just fundamental understanding is that these fund managers raise money from institutional investors. And those institutional investors, those pension funds, endowments, foundations, sovereign wealth funds, including local pension funds in Latin America, hold the fund managers accountable. If there is a reputational issue or a problem with a fund or an investment, that has a significant impact on that manager's, I mean, very likely they're not going to raise another fund. You have a major headline or something that, is really problematic with an investment, that could cost you raising another fund. I just wanted to make those 2 points because the reality is when we talk about impact or ESG, this is the definition of how these types of investors have to invest in the region. When they go into, and this actually is not even a more recent trend, just looking back historically, to invest in a project in a community, in a rural community, for example, there has to be consulta previa, like a negotiation with local stakeholders and local communities. There's often a school built or something else, some infrastructure, something else built. So really there's a level of accountability that is high just by definition in terms of how they invest. We've seen a rise, building on Michelle's comments, we've seen a significant rise in the focus on ESG and impact. When I started at LAVCA, well over 10 years ago, ESG just wasn't a thing, and I remember being told, no, I don't want to be on the ESG panel at the conference because I want to demonstrate that we're going to deliver commercial returns. And today it's become absolutely mainstream, and actually the terminology impact has been adopted, sort of preferred to ESG in many cases, which requires specific metrics. So you're telling an investor when they give you their money that you're going to deliver not only a certain financial return, but also very specific metrics that you've agreed for social and environmental outcomes. So I just wanted to sort of put that quick framework. I think we've also seen the critical role of private capital in training the workforce of tomorrow. I want to hit this piece because it was talked about in some of the discussions this morning, and at the end of the day, the skills shortage, building the workforce. So again, you can't build companies if you don't have employees and technology, for example, technology skills and others. So we see not only local private equity and venture capital funds, but international funds coming into Latin America, setting up offices where they're training software engineers on the ground in places like Mexico or Peru or Colombia, because there simply aren't enough of those skilled people in the United States. So there's the role of building workforces, whether it's within an investment firm, at a supermarket chain. Advent International owned Walmart in Brazil, had to think about employees at that level. And then you had COVID, which again, huge challenge for companies that are invested for the long run and have to think about how they're going to manage those workforces in a situation where maybe they're sending them home, but they can't afford to just, sort of wash their hands of the responsibility of the many people who work for them. So I'm really talking about all the ways this is just inherent. We also see dedicated impact funds raised for the region. I could run through a list, but the number of impact funds that have been raised for Latin America is growing. And this is, Michelle's at one end of the sort of spectrum. She's coming from the more, was a little less commercial at the outset. I'm coming from, as you mentioned, BlackRock is on our board at LAVCA, the KKRs, the big global firms, Advent International and others, and venture firms are all positioning around this for the future. So I guess maybe just a very quick last comment here is that some of the biggest investment opportunities in the region are environment, climate, sustainability. Again, discussed a lot this morning. We see more and more climate funds being raised. There's an enormous amount of opportunity in that space. Could go on for a long time about it. I won't.
Go on a little bit more, like when you say in that space, climate, what subsectors?
Well, so there's energy transition, which is
extractives.
Yes, migrating out of oil and gas into cleaner and more sustainable. Actually, Latin America is somewhat farther ahead in a lot of that. We see that more in places like India and China. But in Latin America, you already have an enormous amount of natural energy being generated, which is great, alternative energy. We see everything from food tech, Notco, very successful startup out of Chile, which is an alternative plant-based to milk and other products. So we've had some incredible innovation around opportunities in climate and sustainability. And then technology, digitization, and innovation is another major driver, and I would just touch very quickly on fintech and financial inclusion. There was a comment made this morning around where Latin America is on payments. Actually, Latin America is at the forefront in many ways of expanding financial access through commercial investors, whether it's an impact fund or a private equity fund or a venture fund. We've seen some phenomenal successes and many more to come in creating access to payments, to insurance, to credit, that people who have not been inside, that who have not had access to financial services historically. And maybe the last one, because it was also referenced this morning on infrastructure, $9 billion invested in digital infrastructure, because there was a lot of talk about lack of access to internet and in rural communities. Sure, there's a lot of work to be done, but there's actually quite a bit of money being invested. It was $9 billion over the last 3 years just by our member firms.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. I'm going to turn to the banker in the family, if that's okay, Dan. And Dan Zelikow, under your leadership, JP Morgan launched its development finance institution a few years ago. I mean, I know there's been many other stages in your career, but let's, if it's okay, focus for a moment on DFI, and maybe you can share with us the goals and objectives that JP Morgan aimed to achieve through DFI, and then what you would see would be the notable achievements that can be highlighted in the context of development. We can come back around the challenges and partnerships in the next set of questions. Let's start with the...
Thank you, Jordan. And
Thanks.
First, let me just thank you and also the organizers for having me back. You know, I spent a few years at the IDB, and it was really, as I told you, it was the best job I ever had, and it's always a real pleasure to be back here and to see so many kind of old friends in the room. So thank you. So the DFI, the JP Morgan Development Finance Institution. So we launched this in January of 2020 to do two things: to scale up JP Morgan's financing of the UN SDGs, and secondly, as a commercial strategy. Everything we're doing is commercial. No concessions to anybody. That's one point. Second, it's based on the theory that, you know, as you pointed out, that, you know, there's a growing cadre of investors who not only want financial returns, but also want, as you put it, you know, investment with purpose, or as Michelle said, values-aligned investment. We agree with that, and we think there's a whole lot more to come on stream. But to do this, we adapted the development effectiveness systems. We started off with the IFC and the EBRD. We got a lot of support from the IDB and IDB Invest, as well as many other kind of top-tier development institutions in refining our methodology. But our methodology, of course, embraces far more products than you do, because we have a securities license. You don't. So you know, that's one advantage we have in seeing if we can do development finance privately. And then once we applied this methodology, which it's all published on our website, you can look at it if it's interesting to you. And by the way, I think it's tighter than most public sector development institutions, we found that we were actually doing an enormous amount of development finance, but just not calling it that. That is financing with purpose. To give you a sense of scale, since 2020, we qualified, I got this written down, 2,185 deals that totaled $405 billion in notional value. And that includes 562 deals to date in 2023, worth about $87 billion. And about 10 to 15% of that, or no, actually 20% of that was in Latin America. And so far we've done 85 deals in Latin America this year, worth a bit more than $15 billion that have closed so far. Now, we applied this methodology initially to create a product called a development impact assessment. Now, we thought that this development impact assessment was going to be primarily useful for investors so that they could have KPIs, have quantification of the development purposes that they were seeking, and a coherent framework. All of it, in our case, is tied to the UN SDGs, a coherent framework that would help them measure progress, whether they do it internally or they rely on some, you know, kind of second or third party service provider. But we also found that issuers were very interested in having this framework, not just because they thought that they were going to bring new investors into their deals and ultimately bring about a lower cost of capital, but it turned out that they also cared a lot about kind of talking about the use of capital and their development ambitions for their own governance systems, whether it's their boards of directors, the politicians that oversee them, the populations that care about how they spend money. Right. So in effect, it promoted a greater accountability in the use of capital. So that was one positive thing that came out. The third reason we did this is we thought it would make us, because we were using the same development effectiveness systems and matrices that were in place at the development institutions themselves in the official sector, we thought it would make us a better, faster, cheaper partner to work with. That hasn't pertained so much. That's a different story. We can get into it if anyone's interested. Now, so far, our development finance institution team is actually helping our clients tell their development stories in ways that are tied to the SDGs, that have a reporting framework, and that investors can evaluate. That's kind of what the team is doing. They've done 51 transactions of that sort so far. Now, what's next? Right now, we have an industry-wide effort. Industry-wide, I mean broadly industry. I mean investors. There's about 50 different parties are involved now. Investors, banks, regulators, multilateral institutions, bilateral development institutions, industry associations that are collaborating on creating impact standards. Now, our motivation is that this will be for development impact, because ultimately, we're trying to build an asset class. We're trying to build something that's traded, that's known as a development bond or a development loan that can be traded in the private sector and people know what they're getting. You have to do that. You have to have standards. You have to disseminate those standards. They have to be mutually acceptable. And we have to bring a big universe of players. We've always been open source in this approach, and this is just a manifestation of it. We're expecting that this group is going to announce at least a preliminary understanding at the end of this month. And we're hoping to have these guidelines, which include reporting frameworks, which include even a hosting arrangement for the information that gets reported, in place within a few months. So that's one thing. The second thing we're trying to do with our development finance institution is find new and creative ways to use it. And climate and environmental finance are obviously an important target of opportunity, but that's not to discount opportunities in gender-based finance. We're working on a food security initiative right now, and we're even doing a debt reduction idea that converts debt into development-oriented equity. We've done a bunch of transactions that I'm happy to talk about. We're running low on time. I'd rather talk more about some other stuff, so let me stop there.
That's fantastic. Thank you for that. And I guess gender, food security with purpose is the point that you
That's
come back
the point.
to.
It's got a purpose. And we think that investors will buy into that and eventually provide capital at a lower price than otherwise would be possible. We're not making any claims yet that investors who get a development assessment are getting lower cost capital.
Right.
But we're able to demonstrate it very easily empirically that there's more demand for such deals, including from the same large-scale institutional investors, because we can reach into different pockets, including specialized funds like impact funds.
Fantastic. Hopefully next year when
So that's the point.
we're
It's bringing-
convening, we'll find a
bringing
difference.
capital off the sidelines that wasn't yet motivated.
Fantastic. Michelle Pena, please. Let us get into one critical area of responsible investing, biodiversity, which I think is in your sweet spot. And maybe since it requires long-term commitment, Echo Enterprises was funded as a pioneer in this area, if I'm not mistaken, and in the area of nature-based investment generally. So if I understand, you're preparing for the launch of your fourth fund, is that right? Tell us a little bit about what you learned from the first three funds, from mobilizing into biodiversity and these kinds of initiatives. What did your investors want from your investments, and did the type of investment shift over the course of these three funds? Tell us a little bit about your experience and what you would impart on us.
I'd be happy to. We've been at it for a very long time, and it's been wonderful to sort of be a part of the space as all of these frameworks and tools and industry groups are kind of growing up around us. We were launched, the very first fund, as sort of a pilot project between the Nature Conservancy and the Inter-American Filament Bank. We would not be here today without, at that point it was a multilateral investment fund arm that had invested in Eco Enterprises Fund. And as I said, it was a pilot project. We deployed $6.5 million only in capital in 23 companies, and so they were small startup enterprises, all in sort of biodiversity, nature-friendly businesses. We were structured as a 10-year fund. We spun off from the Nature Conservancy and launched the second fund in 2011, and at that point we raised $35.25 million for the second fund. And the third fund in 2018, which is still actively investing with IDB as an investor. And the fourth fund, as we said, we're hoping to launch in early 2024. And we've seen, it's interesting, we've learned a great deal. I would say that, first off, we've learned it's not as easy to sort of simplify the investments as we had hoped. We went in thinking we'd have sort of standard standard legal agreements. We do, different sort of structures, but only a few to pick from. That has not been the case. We've learned that really each company sort of has different needs, and we've been the most successful when we've been able to creatively finance to address their needs. And that includes also offering sort of value-added services and support alongside the investment capital. We
Give us a sense of what kind of value-added services, or maybe pick out one or two investments just to give the audience a sense of what we mean by nature-based solutions and investments in biodiversity, and then a little bit of what the value-added services are.
Sure. That sort of goes with some of the other points I was going to make, so I'll make those.
Sorry.
I'll make those first. One thing you asked, sort of what had changed over the 20-plus years that we've been doing this. I was going to sort of make the point that the sectors have remained largely the same in terms of biodiversity friendly sectors. So a lot of organic agriculture, regenerative agriculture, agroforestry, ecotourism is sort of one that when we invest has sort of the potential to create on the ground impact at a sort of a larger scale. And aquaculture, and sort of we've done some unique sort of models as well, but those are sort of the primary sectors. While those haven't changed as much, one thing that has is the push from our investors. You asked what they look for. Was with the first fund I mentioned, it was a very small fund, and we did a lot of deals because we did startups and very small bite size, 50,000 to maybe a couple 100,000 at the most. And now as the funds have grown, we're doing anywhere from $3 to $5 to $10 million of investment in each company. And that was really sort of a push from the investors to bring the impact, the environmental and social impact, to scale. And we've done, sort of 11. The portfolio is smaller. But the value-added service idea has remained the same, which is even the smaller companies needed support largely in the business side of things. Sometimes we provided support on the financial controls and brought in accountants or helped them sort of enhance their functions, their executive financial functions. And now, probably our largest value-added service sort of initiative is helping them on the climate change side to undertake climate footprint sort of portfolio-wide. There are several companies that have been doing that anyway, but we as a fund now are sort of in a position where we can encourage the entire portfolio to undertake certain technical assistance type initiatives to help.
Very interesting. So value added at the portfolio level as well. And then I guess we're kind of starting to come around circle to the question of metrics. That your underlying investors are concerned about scale, your membership concerned about the metrics of what they're investing in as well, whether it can be measured over time. This is sort of a theme that
if it's an impact investment, you are required to have in your LPA, your relationship with your, that this is what we're going to deliver. others can jump in and support that, but that's the definition of an impact.
That's definitely something we've seen over the years get stronger.
Thank you for that. Agnes, one of the stated goals behind the creation of US DFC is the mobilization of private capital to maximize impact. And you see all of the metrics available on the development gaps that exist in our markets. Can you give us a sense of what DFC's priorities are from among this kind of basket of objectives and goals, and when it comes to scaling up private participation, particularly in light of the risks and vulnerabilities that our countries in our region face?
Thank you, and thank you very much for inviting us to be part of this panel. I think I'm really impressed by kind of diversity of the types of investment that are being offered in Latin America through the group represented here. It's really a testament to how the region presents lots of great opportunities, and it presents a lot of great opportunities for impact, which I think we're all very, very concerned with and driving towards. So for those of you who may not be familiar with the DFC, we were established about 3 years ago by the US Congress, and we were given a dual mission, an expanded mission from our predecessor organization, OPIC. And that mission is really to advance US foreign policy and development impact. So development impact is definitely at the core of everything we do. We have an investment cap, so the ability to invest up to $60 billion, and our portfolio currently is about $40-some billion. So we still have lots of dry powder to deploy in places like Latin America and beyond. We are really focused on the kinds of sectors that were discussed here and mentioned here today. We're focused on food security, health, energy, infrastructure, and supporting small businesses. And all of that really with a cross-cutting theme of addressing climate change and advancing inclusion and women's empowerment through our 2X initiative. So very much we're focused on these sectors because, as was mentioned here earlier, those are the sectors that we feel are really driving economic growth and development impact all over the world. We're very much also focused on investing in lower and lower middle income countries. As a matter of fact, over 70% of our investments by number were in those countries last year. But we also do invest in upper middle income countries, and that is specific to investments, for example, that would address climate change, that would advance our 2X or women's empowerment goals, or that would support infrastructure. So certainly in Latin America, we're very much focused on those sectors. We can invest as little as $1 million and as much as $1 billion. And we're very flexible on what we can deploy, what kind of products we can deploy. We definitely provide equity as well as loans, guarantees, political risk insurance, and even technical assistance. So we really look to work with clients to identify what it is that they need and figuring out which of our products would be most useful to really advancing what we care about most other than development impact, which is mobilizing private capital. So how can we participate in a transaction where we are driving private capital to really take on risks and fund the areas that we care about? As an example, to answer your question, I will use something that we actually did together with IDB. And this is really to underscore how important partnerships are to us. Last year, we supported a debt for nature swap in Ecuador to really advance and provide more financing for conservation of the Galapagos Islands. And we did this together by, first, on the DFC side, we provided political risk insurance of over $600 million towards a bond that pretty much was able to provide massive debt relief for Ecuador. By providing this massive debt relief, I think the debt burden was reduced by over $1 billion. It made the economy more resilient. But what's even more important, it actually will generate over $450 million in marine conservation. So not only is it helping Ecuador with its debt burden and helping that economy and driving economic growth, it's also really providing funding for continued marine conservation and actually for local community development. And once again, this was really possible through our PRI and IDB's guarantee. And what it did is allowed that bond to achieve a rating by Moody's that attracted private investors. So those two instruments really attracted over $1 billion of private investment into conservation in Ecuador. And that's an amazing part of partnership that was an amazing partnership that would not be possible without our collaboration. So I'm really, really grateful for that. And just really quickly on impact, just because I think we might run out of time, because I do want to underscore how important development impact is to us. We measure development impact across all of our transactions. So here in the Galapagos transaction, obviously that will be marine conservation, and there's lots of KPIs that we're tracking. But to kind of give you an understanding of how we really do this, we deploy a tool that we have called the IQ, which is really first used at the screening to estimate the potential for impact of a project along 3 axes, and that's economic growth, inclusion, and innovation. And then what's more important and critical is we actually conduct surveys with all the projects to track those KPIs going forward. So we not only care about the potential, but really maintain this connectivity to make sure with our clients, to make sure that we're tracking and helping them achieve that impact down the road. So really, really important to partner and to really deploy capital into the kinds of projects that are here today, because we feel that our participation, the participation of IDB, really mobilizes private capital, which is really the end goal. We want to put ourselves out of business, right? We would rather that private investors such as JP Morgan and others who are really taking on these types of funding.
Excellent. Maybe we'll all put ourselves out of business by the end of the panel. But that's great. And I appreciate you anticipating the questions about partnership. I think we will have enough time to touch upon it. But I wanted to turn to Irene Arias, our very own CEO of the IDB Lab, talk a little bit about innovation and technology. We know that they play a crucial role in addressing the challenges of inclusion, challenges of environment, productivity in our countries, in our region. Can you elaborate a little bit about the role of the IDB Lab, how it focuses on innovation, and how that contributes to the region's carbon transition, social impact, or other areas of purpose that you would bring to this? And then we'll come back around, we'll talk about partnerships afterwards.
Great. So thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to the Integration KIG presidency team for organizing this, and the US government for giving us this space to, as Senator Dodd earlier this morning put it, think about those future issues, which is what we can do under the umbrella of the APEP initiative, and which touches at the heart of what IDB Lab is and why it exists. We realized that it is a pretty unique entity within the MDB system, previously called MIF, Multilateral Investment Fund, created 30 years ago by the president that gives the name to this same auditorium, President Iglesias, and Don Terry, the first leader of IDB Lab, at that time, precisely to create conditions for more private sector activity in the region, and then having moved over time to continuously look for those, how to best tackle through innovation and through technology and new approaches, those future issues. Today, dealing, for example, with what is the very fast aging population in Latin America and the Caribbean, which may not seem so urgent in certain countries, but it is something that needs to start, we need to start addressing now, and for which technology and innovation can play a very important role. And the other thing that Senator Dodd said earlier this morning was that in thinking of those future issues and how the Americas Partnership can help us come together to address them, we need to think of a spectrum of solutions. And, well, I think this panel clearly does demonstrate that, and it has some of the entities that were created after MIF, now IDB Lab, planted the seeds for the organizations that we see here today. And it also represents a lot the continuum that we'll be building at the IDB Group, so that the public arm can address the needs of its government clients. IDB Invest can address the needs of its 500+ private sector clients, and IDB Lab can focus on the incredible entrepreneurial innovation potential in the region with a specific mindset and ability to take risk that is very hard for the other two windows to take. And that's what we're here for. We are seeing that having deployed about 3,000 projects in these 30 years, about 3/4 of them have achieved the results that they intended to have. We know that about 32% of them scale, but we need to do a lot more to continue to push the frontier, to focus this kind of capital, and particularly venture capital, in the sectors that are most underinvested, but that can, as several of you said, can truly drive social and economic development, as well as address climate change. And this is certainly health education and sectors that are less than 1% of all the venture capital invested today in the region. Or climate, James earlier this morning said how important adaptation solutions are for the region, particularly small and island countries, and we have a big footprint in the Caribbean that needs these solutions. Without innovation and technology, we're not going to get there. So having this specialized entity that can take this kind of risk is what we're here for. And happy to talk about the partnerships that we can pursue in the second round.
We're all pushing into the partnership. Thank you so much for that. Irene, let me come back to you then and kind of start a quick second round of questions, focusing on what Agnes kind of teed us up on in the partnership, the collaboration. Maybe you can give us a sense of what you see as partnerships that are needed for the growth in this venture capital space, to continue in LAC, for it to expand into key sectors for development. I mean, obviously not every institution engaged in venture capital is going to be able to have access to sort of seed funds that a multilateral development bank has. We've been fortunate enough to be the first out of the gate, the first to create the foundation for this. But thinking ahead to the partnerships that you have and that you rely on, but also those that will be critical for forward-leaning, early equity, venture capital, and technology-driven solutions. Perhaps you could tee us off a little bit on the partnership side.
Sure. Start with mobilization of capital for this entrepreneurial space and for venture capital. Today, for every dollar we put in private in venture capital, we have been able to catalyze 1.7, and we want to do a lot more than that. So for every dollar in venture capital, we've mobilized 7.5 times that. But number one, it's still very concentrated in certain sectors, very concentrated in certain regions, certain countries, about 80% of them in 4 countries, most of it in SaaS, in fintech. Yes, it is a growing and very, very robust industry already in the region. And as we just discussed, we need a lot more in sectors that can address the most pressing inequities, the productivity needs, deep tech, as well as climate. So mobilizing more capital that is there for the long term is one of the areas where we can partner. We can certainly partner with the FC that now has a mandate to do more equity, and we can be the partner for the earlier stage of deploying that sort of capital. Secondly, in terms of helping those most emerging systems or countries in the region to have their first funds, have their first part of this industry. Well, Michelle founded Impacto, which today is a very leading player in Ecuador, and it started when it barely existed, this industry. Today, we are the first institutional investor in a venture capital fund when tripping in Ecuador. We want to see this evolution in every emerging country in Latin America and the Caribbean. But for that, we need different approaches. One of them is to work with the concept of an accelerator program, which we are going to be doing together under the America's Partnership Initiative. And thirdly is partnering, really doing public-private partnerships in the use of emerging technologies so that they are, as Secretary Bárcenas and others put it this morning, truly inclusive, that we have a digitally inclusive society. And one of the examples of that ties very much to what President Lacalle also said this morning, is to have a digital public goods that are housed in the region, LACchain through LACnet, which is established in Uruguay, and is today the largest network for blockchain solutions in the region, is an example of that. So I think those are the three types of partnerships that we'd like to put on the table here under this American Partnership Initiative.
Thank you, Irene. Kay, may I turn to you to ask you about the activity that you see from your members around climate, environmental sustainability specifically. Who are they partnering with? What do they expect from you to help them partner, and why?
Yeah, it's a very different climate right now for commercial investors, right, with the shift in interest rates, the macro environment, the market environment. So the role of development finance institutions is more important than ever. Certainly the IDB and DFC here on the panel. I think there are a lot of fund managers that would say, I want to raise just commercial capital. I don't want to work with DFIs. They're so glad that they have the DFIs at the table now to be there. And then there are also sort of strategic, I think often it's those types of investors that are not looking for only commercial returns, but care about things like environmental outcomes, are specifically focusing on the region. That might be a pension fund, endowments. We see Gates has breakthrough energy. So there are fortunately, I haven't said this on this panel, it's my favorite soundbite, there are trillions of dollars of liquidity and dry powder floating around the world economy, even in this environment. So it's what percentage of that can you motivate to go towards Latin America? And typically that's around outcomes other than just purely financial outcomes, and recognizing, again, the inherent biodiversity, the amount of alternative energy that is generated, renewable energy that's generated in the region already. And so that is development finance institutions. It's critically having the governments at the table so that they can create that enabling ecosystem. And then other types of investors, whether they be corporate or foundations, that just have a vested interest in seeing, for example, renewables, or I'll think of Visa has done a lot, Visa, the credit card in Latin America around fintech. They have commercial interests in the region, but they've also played a really important role in fintechs.
Okay, great. Yeah, so the sustainability or the impact needs are, in some parts of the industry, integral to what their core business is.
Exactly.
And I guess that was kind of the point that I was in a very roundabout way trying to get to at the beginning of my point. At the beginning of my introduction. I guess we see that point now within the investment platforms. Michelle Arevalo, we have two Michelles, so I'm just being very deliberate with that, so I hope that's okay, right? But we can go in either order. No, we'll start with Michelle Arevalo. Considering the entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem in LAC, what key qualities and achievements stand out in terms of responsible investment, you'd say, over these last few years?
So for this question, I'm going to answer with a different hat, because the first question was very much a platform, top of the mountain, what does the ecosystem look like? But for this one, I'm going to change hats as an emerging fund manager. I am a first-time fund manager. I am from Ecuador, and I am local to Quito, right? So that looks very different, right? So we're talking platforms, but every platform is made of building blocks, and these building blocks is what I actually see being built over the last 5 years. IDB Lab, for example, has actually funded about 53 funds across Latin America, most of them which are local. It's like people living in the markets where they are investing. And what that has meant is that in the next 5 years, we're actually going to have an entire generation of fund managers with enough experience to raise second, third, and fourth funds, like our colleagues at the Eco Enterprises Fund. But with that comes all kinds of positive externalities for this particular market. If you're looking for partnerships, IDB Lab has actually invested in creating the entire platform for partnerships, not just in the bigger markets like Mexico or Brazil. I think getting used to this, very global mindset. People think Latin America is these 2 countries. There's 19 other small markets out there. But if you actually find fund managers that are operating in these smaller markets or sub-regions like the Andean region, for example, you actually have, for every single one of them, you will also find international co-investors, people that start, you have entire ecosystems around each one of them, built of angel investors. You will find high net worth individuals, business leaders who have been brought in to invest into impact, what they have never given out as philanthropy. So it's really interesting to see how local fund managers can be that acupuncture point where you push that button and all of a sudden all of the ecosystem starts opening up. So I am very optimistic for what the next 5 years look like in terms of impact investment. I think that if the last 5 years were about about making sure that fund managers exist, I think the next 5 years we're actually going to be seeing more diverse fund managers, more females than ever. IDB Lab has also been very strict about that rule, making sure that every investment committee in the funds where they have invested has at least one woman. But maybe in the next 5 years we're going to go for 50-50, that's what it's going to look like. Now, thinking in terms of the America's partnership context, this is the conversation taking place today and tomorrow. What this means is that hopefully this next round of funding initiatives, projects, will actually go to more underserved markets and not just, to the person sitting in some office in Miami with a sub-address somewhere in Mexico, right? So we're actually going to have local partners telling you exactly how things are going.
Very good. Presence on the ground, make sure that we really are local when we're saying local. I think this is part of the future, even though we were discussing this earlier, even for ourselves as a multilateral development bank, making sure that we're investing in when we do have resources to expand in staffing, that we're on the ground as well. Michelle Pena, please. Can you give us a sense of how your fund balances financial returns with the broader objectives of environmental protection, and who do you need to partner with on the ground to strike that balance?
Thank you. I was going to use this question sort of as an opportunity to point out the partners that we encourage our portfolio companies to work with. In terms of balancing the impact first, finance first, as a fund, we do sort of a portfolio diversification to sort of make sure that if one company is stronger sort of in the social impact, then there's another that maybe brings the biodiversity benefits stronger. This has been sort of a long-standing discussion in order to deliver balanced portfolios across the board. So it's a little bit of each. That may not be the answer that you were looking for, but it's a strategy that's gotten us this far. And part of the point, or the way that we're able to do that, is we have learned, and this was one thing I was going to mention in the earlier question, that obviously we look for entrepreneurs that have sort of that commitment to the environmental and social part of their missions baked into their DNA, they're not going to forego that regardless of what business challenges they may face. However, we've learned if we don't help them address the business challenges, then sometimes, not that they'll sort of abandon anything, but you have to, in order to survive as the business, we have to make sure that they're able to address those. So a lot of the partnerships that we push and help offer through our value-added services are sort of with legal work and financial work, and then also in addition on the E&S side, in order to help the companies address whatever gap they may have to make the balance overall.
Interesting.
So,
thank you for that. That's super interesting. We'll try to, I have my summary notes, but I know that we're a couple minutes over. Rather than try to summarize everything, ask Dan and then Agnes if you might be able to provide us with a couple of closing thoughts of your own. Dan, I know that you thought a lot about what more needs to be done for greater leverage for financial flows into our countries. You've been at Treasury, at the multilaterals, and you've been in commercial banking, but give us your 3 or 4 greatest hits, if you will.
Sure. I think that is this better? Good.
Yeah.
Given that we are where we are, I thought I'd focus on what I think that the multilaterals can do more effectively rather than other players in the ecosystem. First, I should point out that I think we should all be applauding the IDB and its sister institutions for taking very significant steps to expand the use of its existing balance sheet. I think that the pursuit of the G20 roadmap is working, and you're doing very sensible things toward that end. I personally would say that the IDB and its sister institutions should be much larger than they currently are. Much larger given the public purposes that we're asking them to fulfill. But until your shareholders, your government shareholders kind of get a line behind that objective, there's a few things that I could suggest in the meantime. So on the financial side, I think the first thing that seems pretty obvious is to shorten the tenors of the loan, or should I say, align the tenors of your lending activity to the asset or program that's being financed. So it makes sense to make a 30-year loan for a school building program. It doesn't make sense to make a 30-year loan for a fiscal reform effort. That should be 3 or 5 years. So it's not that that's going to lead to more net lending, but it will lead to better policy and more closeness to clients. Second is on risk management. The IDB is an institution that has as its biggest clients middle and upper middle income countries, many of which, certainly since I was here, but for quite a while now, have their own domestic capital markets. And that's evolving fast. So in that context, many of your borrowers can get funding locally, cash. What they can't get locally are risk management services. By that, I don't mean guaranteeing the private sector's risk, not at all. There's a price for every risk. But rather what I think is that the IDB should, along with kind of others in its space, be hedging out interest rate risk, exchange rate risk, commodity-related risks that are endemic in Latin America. And the same advantages that you had as a AAA intermediary in the cash markets over the decades can be applied to the derivative markets to hedge out those risks. There's no reason you shouldn't be doing it. You are doing it. You can do it more aggressively. The presumption should be borrow in local currency unless there's a really good reason not to. Third, pricing. I think pricing ought to be used more as a development tool. Why not ask your borrowers to pay higher prices if they're not terribly ambitious or they're not terribly effective in using your money that you lend them, and have lower pricing for borrowers that are very ambitious and that are very effective in using your. So I do think that pricing can be much more differentiated to reflect the development outcomes that you and your borrowers are seeking. Next, on the non-financial side, I know from personal experience that the IDB has remarkable and irreplaceable advantages in addressing Latin America's economic challenges. But it sometimes constrains itself unnecessarily. In particular, for example, the people here are great at helping come up with good projects that are well designed, that are properly diligenced, that are appropriately structured, and that are down on a piece of paper so that they can be financed. They can be considered by somebody and they could be financed. But you only do that for your own projects by and large. So why not do the project preparation and then see who might be available to do the financing at some price? If it's a different question, is that price appropriate or not?
On the sovereign side you're talking about.
I'm talking about the sovereign side. I think there's other issues more subtle I don't want to get into on the private sector of businesses that are here. but fundamentally, you're pricing against what is for us a loss leader.
All right. Wait, let's take those four. Let's take those four. No, there's a fifth one that we got to realign our tenders. We have to adjust our risk management, differentiated pricing, and originate to share on the public sector side.
No, I'm not saying originate to share. I'm saying you may not even want to originate.
All right.
I'm saying if it's financeable by somebody else, let it happen.
Prepare to give. Prepare
to let 1,000 flowers bloom amongst other financiers. Okay? But you're also not taking advantage of some of the day-to-day processes you do internally that we all do internally and that can be externalized. For example, I already mentioned with respect to helping us create the Development Finance Institution at JP Morgan, we used your software, as it were, on development effectiveness. But you could be standardizing more on your work on ESG, publicizing it on your public procurement work, on your anti-corruption work, on your on-the-ground knowledge. Who else is going to put 40 personnel in certain Central American countries? We won't. So you've got that. That's a resource that you should be using for everybody's benefit. And so I would say that doing more to disseminate knowledge, to create standards, to work on the software around investment criteria is a really important consideration. Now, finally, I should just say that just because I came up with these new activities or to do more of what you're already just starting to do doesn't mean you shouldn't lose sight of the basic mission to make, like the cost of a wind farm in Bolivia is the same as the cost of a wind farm in Spain from a project perspective, but not from a sovereign risk or regulatory perspective. So that's the basic work that you've always been doing and you should continue to be doing to have good macro policies, to have good sectorial policies, to make sure that sectors are investable. That, perhaps more than anything, is going to induce more private sector participation if countries have good policy.
All right. Well, we've got our to-do list and our homework set. Agnes, I was going to give you the last word, but beforehand, are you going to give me more homework before I? Okay. No? All right. So maybe you can share with us a little bit of what DFC has been doing, the crowd-in, and how the U.S. government defines impact, maybe.
Honestly, let me just summarize what I heard, because I'm really inspired by a couple of things I heard today, especially about the small businesses that are part of the landscape in Latin America. And it's a little bit different, I think, from this kind of large capital and mobilizing large investors, which I think is really important. And but I think that, these are the small businesses is really who is going to create jobs, who is going to provide hope for people and their families and their children, to prevent migration and brain drain out of the country. It's really the small businesses that absolutely need to be supported. And they have a very difficult time accessing financing still. We work with many banks to help do that, but we also work with funds, which have been mentioned here. These funds, we just invested recently in Pomona, who's focused on Central American small businesses. These funds are managed by people who live locally, like you were saying, who really understand the business culture, but also the needs and how they can address, how they can identify small, medium-sized businesses that are addressing the needs of the communities where they live. And I think for economic growth and for development, this is an incredibly important sector to continue to support. So I'm just incredibly grateful to be here with others who are very much doing that in the field. And that's probably my biggest takeaway from today.
Thank you, Agnes. I share your enthusiasm and your gratitude. And to your patience, before we physically get removed from the stage, maybe we'll say thank you to the audience as well, and we'll retire at that. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you to our panelists for that engaging conversation. And with this, we conclude the live stream portion of today's event. Thank you for all our guests being here. We're going to do a photo first. And thank you for all those joining us on live stream. We'll see you next time.